Hello and welcome back to Elden Ring. Now you might be like, hey Drew, why are we looking at Elden Ring Limgrave OST 1 hour by Game Truce TV? Well, we have to do a recap. It's been a while. For those of you watching the VOD, you probably like are watching them in bulk. So you just watched the last part and then immediately jumped into this one. But for those watching live, for some, they might have never seen me play Elden Ring before. For others, it's been, I think, 4 months since the last time we played. Thank you, Quack, for giving in. So, we need to do a recap. We need to do a recap of this video game. And this time around, I thought ahead of what this recap would be. So, I made some guides to help us get through the recap while giving you some visual representation to understand what I'm talking about, rather than just going into it and just having to listen to my words and take me at face value kind of thing. So, we have some visual representation here. So, as I've said throughout this playthrough, and as I will continue to say further, Elden Ring is a game about trees. And at face value, that means the Erd trees. The massive trees that dominate the landscape throughout the lands between. The tree that is always visible no matter where you are. And the minor Erd trees that surround it. At face value, that is what that means. But in reality, it goes a lot deeper than that. As we play through Elden Ring, we can observe the trees scattered throughout the landscape. We traverse the roots of the trees, so on and so forth. But it goes even deeper than that, because it's not just about actual real trees and their roots and that kind of stuff. It's also about family trees and hierarchies and so on and so forth. So, before we talk about the actual events of Elden Ring, before we talk about what actually happens in this game, we have to talk about everything that happens before, because Elden Ring is in reality a game that is a game that tells a story mostly non-narratively in a format that is known as a historical dark fantasy or historical fantasy, or you could also say epic, depending, but either way it's historical. It is a game about history. So, we have to start at the beginning. All of Elden Ring is... Now this is epic. All of Elden Ring is about the meddling of things called outer gods. We know all of these outer gods at this point of the game. Where we are in the game, we've seen at least some semblance of the acts of these outer gods by where we're at. Most notably for right now, we are going to be paying attention to the Greater Will. Before the Greater Will, before the Erd Tree, before all of that, there was already a world of people. There was already a world filled with people doing different acts, different things before the Erd Tree. Now, a lot of the part of this world that is that history that is prior to the Erd Tree has been erased and meddled with and covered up. We don't know a lot of that. A lot of it is hidden because in the same way as real life with Christianity and pagans, Christians tried their very best to remove those pagan history books, those pagan rituals, those pagan holidays. They tried their best to cover it up in real life. It's the same thing for here. because the Greater Will and later the Golden Order have such a dominance over the world, a lot of that time before the events of Elden Ring have been erased. But what we do know is that there most likely was already a great tree of some kind that wasn't the Erd tree, right? This is very much a maybe. It's not 100%, but there most likely was a great tree already there. I can actually show you the remnants of that tree in-game, but it's again, not a for sure thing. There's nothing that states that for a fact, at least so far. Oh, I should also say before we dive in deeper, I haven't played the DLC. I don't know anything about the DLC beyond like a few bosses that exist within it, but I don't know their story or anything like that. So all of this is pre-DLC knowledge that I'm giving you. So some of it might be wrong simply because the DLC has corrected it, or the DLC has given us new information, or so on and so forth. So just keep in mind that I haven't played the DLC. On top of that, this is also a recap of our playthrough so far, not a recap of the entirety of Elden Ring's story. So keep in mind that some of this might be wrong simply because we haven't experienced it in-game yet, so I'm not telling you things. Like, just to give you one example for that, if we go over here to the Nameless God, this is all about the dragons, right? We haven't encountered things, so there's an empty spot here filled with question marks because we don't know what that is yet. You haven't experienced it, right? We know that there's something there, but you don't know, you haven't seen it during this playthrough, so I'm not going to tell you. So just two little asterisks there of what this recap is, okay? Anyways, so we know that there was probably a tree that existed. Don't say any more things about the DLC, please, Funk. So we know that there was probably a tree there prior, but we don't know that for sure. It's very much a question mark. What the game does mention, possibly about that tree, but also other things about that time, is something called the Primordial Crucible. The Primordial Crucible seems as though it was like a melting pot of life. It seems as though it is like, to give the best, like, real-world example of what the Primordial Crucible may be, you know when we find, like, Neanderthal bones, and we're like, hey, that's where we came from, that's what we evolved from, you know, that kind of thing? That's kind of what we know of the Primordial Crucible in Elden Ring. We see what the remnants of, we see the effects of what the Primordial Crucible did. We don't see the cause of what the Primordial Crucible is. Does that make sense? So, what we do know is that the Primordial Crucible, take a shot every time I say that, gave people of this world animalistic alterations. These are like horns growing out of people's skin. These are tails, wings, claws, that kind of thing. My mustache is going all over the place. But we don't really know more than that, other than like a few hints here or there. I'll share more about this later as we start to talk more about Godfrey. There's also other aspects of things around the world, such as the Crystallian soldiers. These are massive. Let me see if I can pull this up. Let me see if I can pull these up. These are very tall soldiers made of pure crystal. There you go. They look like this. They're very tall soldiers made of pure crystal that exist around. And we know that these were made before the events of Elden Ring and before the age of the Erd Tree. We don't know who made them. We don't know why. We don't even know how. But they exist, and they have some form of consciousness. But in-game, they act rather robotic. But we don't really know a lot more beyond that. But they definitely existed prior to the events of the Erd Tree and stuff like that. Maybe during, that is possible, but it's a question mark. That's everything that happened before the Erd Tree. Now let's start talking about the actual effects of what we see in game. Yeah, they're kind of crystal gems. They're glintstone. We'll talk more about glintstone later. So, the actual events of Elden Ring all start because once again of an outer god named the Greater Will. That guy, that person, that god, right? The Greater Will, long ago, thousands of years ago, sent down what is referenced in the game as a vassal beast. That is their words. They sent down a vassal beast that later became the Elden Ring, and then assumedly Marika, a person that we will be talking a lot about, took control of the lands between, the world that the game takes place in, the land that the game takes place in. We don't know more about that stuff yet. We just know that that is what they talk about in the history. This outer god, the Greater Will, is, however, in space. They are in the distant space. They are in the cosmos. We can't interact with them directly. So instead, they have envoys to speak for them. Messengers. These are known as the Two Fingers. Excuse me. These are known as the Two Fingers. They look like this. There you go. They look like this. They are massive two fingers that quiver and twitch, and at one point, they point up into the sky to commune with their god. They themselves are not outer gods. They simply are the messenger for the Greater Will. I would. And in turn, they have translators that are sitting next to them called finger readers that know how to read the twitches and the wrinkles and so on and so forth in order to translate the words from the two fingers into English, or common, rather, for people to understand. Messenger PPs? Mm-hmm. So, the Greater Will sent down a vassal beast to take over the lands between. In this time, as this was happening, there were other people at play. I already told you about the Primordial Crucible and stuff like that, but there is also, at this time, people known as astrologers. Astrologers who are researching the primeval current and the full dark/twin moons, all of these. They were researching into those and staring up into the cosmos, while also, as I said, the Greater Will is in space, so are all these other guys. So, as they were staring up into space, some of them eventually lost their minds. But the ones who didn't ended up worshipping them, and studying them and learning their ways. And this is how we get to the magic side of what this is. So we're down to... Oh, I need to make a new layer. So we're down to, like, right here, right? Ignore everything below right here. So this started two different sections of the astrologers. All of these people that I'm about to say are astrologers, but it started two different groups. One was the Carrion royal family, these people, who, instead of worshipping the stars, or rather researching, worshipping is a strong word, researching is more correct. Rather than researching the stars, they are researching the moon and the dark moon, because there's two moons. They're researching that and what kind of magics that can bring. Meanwhile, the rest of the astrologers are researching the primeval current. Now, I put the primeval current in this sheet, on this page, not because it's an outer god, even though it's next to other outer gods, but rather because it is often talked about in that way, in that light. It's talked about in that context. But in reality, the primeval current itself is not an outer god, but rather it is basically, it's basically the outer gods are making waves in the outer space, and the primeval current is those waves, right? So like the greater will is pushing, and the waves of outer space are moving, and that's basically what the primeval current is. It's the movement of the stars. It's all of that kind of stuff, if that makes sense. There's a little bit more to it there, but that's basically a simplified version of how I can lay that out for you. But it's basically just the stars in general. So the astrologers are studying that, all while Marika is establishing the order. Speaking of Marika, let's talk about the game's primary antagonist, Marika. Marika was chosen by the Greater Will. I'm going to be saying this guy's name a lot. Marika was chosen by the Greater Will in order to represent their demands, in order to represent them and how they're taking over the lands between. So Marika here was chosen to be a messiah. There are many parallels to what you can make in real life with real life religions and their followings and the way that those religions work. You could take many parallels. But regardless, Marika was their messiah. So Marika is on the planet in the lands between to bring forth his greater will. There are other potential messiahs on the planet as well, because Marika is what is known as an Empyrean. That is what this little star next to her name means. Marika is what is known as an Empyrean. An Empyrean basically means a being that is worthy of to be the Greater Will's Messiah. That's basically what that means. It means that you are worthy. There are others on the planet when Marika gets chosen for this role. Most notably, out of the ones that exist at this time, there is another called the Gloam-Eyed Queen, who is a representation of death. They believe more in death and the right of death and that kind of thing. They believe that everyone deserves death eventually, and they lead. We don't really know a lot about her. I'm going out on a whim on some of this. What we do know is that the Gloam-Eyed Queen led a group of people known as the Godskins. They are a group of people who kill and flay gods and godlike beings and anyone powerful enough to represent a god. And that's the Gloam-Eyed Queen and who she leads. We'll talk more about her and stuff later. But that's Empyreans. So just keep in mind that when I say the word Empyrean, I basically just mean someone who is worthy to be the Greater Will's Messiah, right? Or a Messiah in general. Maybe not for the Greater Will. You get the idea, hopefully. So, Marika comes down to the lands between, right? And she needs help. She can't rule the lands between alone. She can't dominate the lands between like the Greater Will wants her to. So she gets married to a man named Godfrey. Godfrey becomes the first Elden Lord, which is currently our goal. Our goal is to become the Elden Lord. Godfrey becomes the first Elden Lord. And together with Marika, they have 3 children. Morgott, Mohg, and Godwyn. Ignore Godric for now. They have these 3 children. 2 of these children, Mohg and Morgott, are born as omens. And omen is someone who has characteristics of the primordial crucible. So they have horns. Now, back during the primordial crucible time, they would have been honored for having these horns. They would have been lifted up because they have these horns, praised because of these horns. they would be viewed as closer to God in a way. But because Marika's order is taking over, rather than being viewed as these legendary creatures, they are shunned and shot down. So instead, they are chained in the sewer. Both Moog and Morgott are chained in the sewer of the capital city of the Lands Between, known as Leyndell. This is a thing that only happens for nobles that are born as Omen. Anyone that is not a noble family that had a noble kid, the Omen basically gets killed. They cut off the horns, and when those horns are removed, they end up dying. They're the most messed up item in the entire game is a little baby doll that has horns growing out of it that is literally a real baby that got killed. So it's really messed up. It's a really, really messed up part of the story. But, oops, I undid a thing. But, despite this chaining up in the sewers and this disdain that everyone has for him, Morgott ends up being very loyal to the Golden Order and the Greater Will. He ends up believing that his blood is cursed and that despite having cursed blood and stuff, he will make himself known and he will make himself worthy. So, he is the mastermind. You're having auditory hallucinations. I have not said America a single time. That's how you say her name. It's Marika. He's the mastermind for a lot of the game. A lot of the game that we experience is because of Morgott. Because Morgott, during the events of the game, is actually the king of Leyndell. He's basically acting Elden Lord. So a lot of the game that we experience is Morgott. On top of that, he disguises himself early on to be the first massive boss that a lot of people encounter, named Margit. So he is a pretty big named character that not a lot of people know exist during the events of Elden Ring. A lot of people don't know that Morgott is the leader of the Golden Order. People are just kind of following orders through like a game of telephone, if that makes sense. So, but during this reign, Morgott doesn't want anyone to take the throne. He believes that all of the events of Elden Ring are heretical. So he is killing the Tarnished and stopping them from ascending to the throne. He's fighting against his brothers and sisters, which we'll talk more about, in order to stop them from taking the throne. And more than anything, he refuses to take the throne himself, because doing so would be, in his eyes, heresy. So, that's Morgott. Next up, let's talk Moog. Moog is the twin brother of Morgott. They are twins. Moog was also born an Omen and locked beneath the Leyndell in the sewers. But rather than remaining loyal to the Greater Will, rather than remaining loyal to the Golden Order, Moog instead chose to worship a different outer god named the Formless Mother. The Formless Mother is a goddess of blood. They are a blood god. They, more specifically, they are something in the game called blood fire, which is fire, that is blood that lights on fire. But they are a blood god. We don't really know much about her yet. In fact, we know more about a parallel to her called the Blood Star, which is another thing that people worship in the game that may or may not also be the Formless Mother. We don't know. They might be the same entity, but other people worship a Blood Star. Not Moog. He is 100% Formless Mother. We currently don't know where Mohg is in the game, but we did see him standing in front of a locked door inside of a church. And when we went through that locked door inside of that church, we learned about another outer god. So let's take a break from this family tree and talk about another outer god that we actually know quite a bit about by our point in the game. We learned about an outer god, which is all about frenzy. The frenzy god doesn't really have a name beyond frenzy. The frenzy is, or rather fury. Sorry, is it frenzy or fury? Hang on, let me correct myself. It's frenzy, not fury. I wrote it down in two different ways. Technically the same thing if you really think about it, doesn't matter. So, now those are going to be going off because I paused the recording. We found a area filled with dead merchants that Mohg was guarding. Now, it's of note that that might not have been Mohg. It might have been Morgott using Mohg, because it ended up being a illusion. We ended up fighting an illusion. It was like a summon. Omens can do this kind of magic where they basically create an illusory person of themselves, copy of themselves. So we don't really know if that was Mohg or Morgott that we fought down in there, but regardless, it was Mohg's body. So, when we defeated him and went past him, we found a giant tomb filled with dead merchants. Each and every single one of these merchants was entombed down there because they committed a sin against the greater will. That sin being worshipping the god of frenzy. The god of frenzy is known as the mistake of the greater will. These two gods are inherently tied together. They are vastly different things, but they are inherently tied together. If the greater will is God, frenzy is Satan. The frenzy is resembled in-game by 3 fingers. So the greater will has 2 fingers, frenzy is 3, together they make 5. Frenzy is represented by the 2 fingers. Frenzy is represented by a man named Shabriri, who committed such a disgusting act of violence against people that he became known as being inherently tied to frenzy. We interacted with the 3 fingers during our playthrough, and we got grasped by the 3 fingers. We are permanently marked by the 3 fingers. I can actually show you. We are permanently marked in our game by these 3 fingers as being a follower. Oh, my controller turned off. As being a follower of frenzy. You can see our scars in the game. So we are a follower of frenzy in our playthrough. We did this by going through a storyline following a person named Hyetta. Hyetta was originally a different person who we actually witnessed get killed, and they very mysteriously got resurrected, but not seemingly by the same person. When they got resurrected, they weren't I think it was Irina. They weren't Irina. They were instead a different person who acted differently, named Hyetta. Hyetta was a blind woman who was exploring the lands between. We interacted with her many times, and she was being approached by people who would basically scream in pain and then feed her grapes. She didn't know that these grapes were actually their eyeballs until the very end of the storyline, but these eyeballs were eyes infected by frenzy. And she ended up accepting that fact and accepting frenzy. Where every single one of these outer gods on this list, other than the Greater Will, including the Greater Will, excluding the Greater Will. While every single one of these outer gods on this list are pretty uninvolved with the Erd Tree, are pretty uninvolved with the Greater Will, frenzy is directly related to the Greater Will because the frenzy is chaos. The frenzy is everything that the Greater Will stands against. Because the Greater Will is all about order. So that's why we took it up. We also met Shabriri himself, who took up a different person's body named Yura. We interacted with Shabriri, and he basically said, hey, burn the Erd Tree. So that's what we're going to do. Returning to the family tree, the last member of this side of the family, other than Godric, is Godwyn. He is known as Godwyn the Golden. His death is the starting point of the entire video game. We'll talk more about that later. Let's move on. Marika and Godfrey got married because Marika wanted to take over the lands between for the Greater Will. In order to do that, many wars had to be fought. So, Godfrey formed a military that could do that purpose. So, now we've already talked about all the way down here. Oh, sorry, hang on. We've already talked all the way down here. This is the Elden Lord part of it. So the Elden Lord is the leader of the Order alongside Marika. Obviously, Marika is the leader of the Elden Lord, so that's kind of the hierarchy of it. The Elden Lord is the leader of the Order. He's also the leader of his own military, in Godfrey's case, where he led two different groups of people, one called the Crucible Knights, which are knights that we meet in-game that existed before the Erd Tree, and are one of our main hints of what that time was like. They often have horns and stuff that resemble the ones that the Omen have. They are said to mimic the Great Tree that existed before the Erd Tree. They have a lot of spells that use wings. This is really good art. They use a lot of spells that have wings and tails. They have a really strong stomping attack that we'll talk more about later. These are the Crucible Knights. So, Godfrey led the Crucible Knights. He also led a group of people called, now, by the events of the game, the Tarnished. At the time, I don't think they were called the Tarnished, but during the events of the game, they are called the Tarnished. We will talk more about them later. Godfrey held many wars during this time, during the time period before the game. There were many wars that Godfrey fought in the service of Marika. Most notably to today's stream, assuming that I'm able to defeat a single fucking boss, was the Fell God, or more specifically, the Giants that the Fell God follows. This guy. The Fell God is never really given a name throughout the game. He is only ever referenced as the Fell God. Most notably because we are living in a world where the Golden Order has taken control, where Marika has taken control, so all history of the Fell God has been removed from the lands between. The Fell God, however, what we do know, reigned over the Giants. We don't know a lot of this stuff yet, But the giants, alongside lesser giants called trolls, fought against the Greater Will, or rather, the Golden Order fought against the giants. So the Order fought against the giants and the Fell God. We don't know why that happened yet. We don't know why they had such a disdain for the giants yet, but we know that that happened all the same. We will be learning more about the giants and the Fell God later tonight, later in this stream. But that is all you need to know for now. They also fought a war against the dragons. The dragons were a massive battle for them, and when they fought the dragons, it is the one instance where Leyndell was infiltrated, where the walls of Leyndell fell. In game, you can actually see. Oops, hang on. In game, you can actually see a massive dragon laying in the capital, whose name was Grandsax. So, this is the first instance where Leyndell was besieged and defeated, in a way. But they actually ended up taking the upper hand. Because as you can see in this little hierarchy here, the dragons followed a god that is now only ever referenced as the Nameless God. We know that they are another outer god, but we don't know more detail about them yet. We will probably learn more about that today too. Specifically, dragons are the ancient dragons. So there are two different kinds of dragons, really three different kinds of dragons, but let's focus on two for now, inside of Elden Ring. There are the ancient dragons, which have 4 legs, 2 wings, and often use lightning, red lightning, throughout the game. Does having the name Nameless God not make them named? More at 11. No, that's just what we're calling them. They are not named. We're just calling them the Nameless God, to make it easy for us to understand. But they are not named. So there are two different kinds. There's these dragons who use red lightning, and then there are lesser dragons known as wyvern dragons, or wyvernians if you want, or anything like that. They're just kind of dragons. They're lesser dragons. The primary differences between these two dragons, other than appearance, is, again, the red lightning, but also that these ancient dragons have golden scales that give them immortality. They never die from old age, ever. The wyverns do not. They do not have that immortality. They don't have the golden scales. They don't have access to that. They do die of natural causes. From these ancient dragons, however, there are a few other people who follow them. Most notably to what we were just talking about of the war with the dragons that Leyndell had is the Draconic Tree Sentinels. They are followers of the Greater Will. They are the elite troops of the order that Marika led. So they were tree sentinels, which again are like the elite troops of the Golden Order, of the Order rather. But these tree sentinels take on draconic equipment and use draconic things in order to become stronger. They have access to this lightning because they're using the scales from the dead ancient dragons. Think of it like how only a diamond can scratch a diamond. Think about it like that. Rather than struggling to defeat these dragons, they used dragon abilities to defeat the dragons. After the events of Elden Ring, after the events of this draconic war, it was actually found that worship of the Nameless God and worship of the ancient dragons didn't clash with worship of the greater will. They didn't have any crossover there. So in turn, these tree sentinels were free to worship the ancient dragons and continue to exist in that format after the war. There's more on that, but let's keep talking about other kinds of dragons. Underneath the draconic tree sentinels, there are two different kinds of followers of the nameless god in the ancient dragons, and that's the dragon cult. The dragon cult are human beings who consume dragon hearts to gain dragon-like abilities. Upon eating their hearts, you gain access to that kind of stuff, like breathing fire, using the tail as a weapon kind of thing in a magical form, that kind of stuff, anything that is dragon-related. However, when you consume too many of these dragon hearts, you end up morphing into a different kind of being that is somewhat like a dragon, and yet very far from it all the same. These are what is known as worms, with a Y. You become this thing. You become a massive, crawling dragon that can get on the hind legs, but breathe magma rather than fire. That is a really cool art piece. God, that looks like Godzilla. That's really cool. But there's a lot of these throughout the game of people who, when eating these dragon hearts, morphed into these kinds of beings. Some people do. Others just die, so, you know. On the other side of this hierarchy that we have here, that isn't really like a hierarchy, because these aren't really like orders of leadership, more just people that are related to them, are the Draconians and the Beastmen. Now, let's talk about the Beastmen first. The Beastmen are creatures in the Lands Between, in Elden Ring, where they are people that are animalistic, more so than the Omen, because the Omen are just like, it's a normal human being, but they also have horns. They are like an animal that, they're like a monkey. That's like the easiest way, the chimp. The Beastmen are like chimps. That's the easiest way for me to put it. Let me get you an image. The Beastmen... yeah, here's a good one. Beastmen look kind of like this. Some of them are more wolf-like, others are more bird-like, but all of them kind of look like this. I'm almost done with the recap. No, I'm not. Never mind. All of them kind of look vaguely like this. The Beastmen have a few notable factors about them, a few notable things, but to get into it would kind of be spoilery because we haven't really touched on the dragons super a lot, so we're going to save a lot of the Beastmen talk for later. What is known by us right now is that Draconians is Draconians. Because we, in-game, right now, are playing as a Draconian. At the beginning of the game, you get a couple origins or races that you can select between, and one of them is Draconian, and you guys chose that we would play a Draconian. Draconians are offspring of the ancient dragons directly. So the ancient dragons, fun fact, can transform into humans at will. And there are moments in the game, in the history, where this has happened, where an ancient dragon have communed with humans because they've transformed into a humanoid-like figure. These humanoids can love, can have friendship, can speak, and can have sex. And when those Draconians when those ancient dragons in their humanoid forms have sex with a human, a draconian is born. Half dragon, half human. They, rather than inheriting the long life that the ancient dragons have through their immortality from their golden scales, they instead are short-lived. They have very short lives. We're never told how long that is, but they have very short lives. They die very quickly. And we are one of those, so we're making the most of our time. So that's the ancient dragons and all of the dragon stuff for now. Let's go back to Godfrey and the wars that he had, because there was one more by the events of the game, and it was with a character named the Storm King. We actually have seen this character in-game. Godfrey took on the Storm King mano-a-mano alone and defeated the Storm King, and that was the last war that he fought. Because after that, shit went down. But before we talk about shit going down, we need to return to the hierarchies one last time to talk about one more group of people. Actually, we need to do it 2 more times, but I already kind of touched on one of them. We need to do this. There's another group in the game called the Nox. The Nox are a group of people that, by the events of the game, live underground because they were banished to do so. But before they were banished to live underground, they actually existed above ground and worshipped the moon / primeval current. We don't actually know which. We can assume probably both. Probably. We don't know. Probably. But they worshipped the moon and the primeval current and do some... They use a special kind of spell casting called... they're called night sorceries, which are more based on like stealth and stuff like that. Not illusions, but misdirections kind of stuff and stuff like that. So that's the Nox and who they worship. They believe that eventually a Lord of Night will reign over the Nox, and they will return the Nox to their former glory. That is their belief. And through that, they research a lot of things in relation to mimicry. They are, I put this here, but that's actually incorrect. They focus on a lot of stuff called mimicry. The Nox create things using silver tears. They are a real life parallel to the silver tears is mercury, the element mercury. It is a shiny silvery metal that can be morphed into solid and liquid states at will. Using these silver tears that are alive, it's like a living metal, they are able to create life. But that life is never really fully realized. That life is never really, it's never a perfect one-to-one to someone who is created naturally. It is always, this synthetic life is always lackluster in comparison. One of these examples is the Albinaurics, who we don't actually know that the Nox is responsible for them existing. We don't know that for sure, but we can theorize based on things within the game, like the Albinaurics bleeding silver, that the Nox are responsible for the Albinaurics. Regardless, the Albinaurics are creatures that have 3 forms that we meet throughout the game, but all of them are not perfect mimicries. Some lose access to the ability of their legs as they grow older, meaning their legs actually fade out of existence. Others are born with dumpy heads. That's the exact word that they use in game, and they can't speak. So we never really see an Albinauric that is like fully realized into a human being. There are also the Dragonkin, who are also who we know for a fact are created by the Nox, they are mimicry of ancient dragons. They are basically they are the Nox's attempt at making a ancient dragon, a half ancient dragon, half human. But the dragonkin never gain access to the immortal life. They can't use the red lightning. So basically everything that makes an ancient dragon just isn't there. But they are still colossal monsters that are good soldiers. They also created the mausoleums much later. We'll talk more about them as we start to get into the events of the game. There's also cut content in the game. There's things called spirit ashes, which are summoning dead spirits to fight alongside you. And one of these, and maybe the most popular one of these spirit ashes, is the Mimic Tier. In the cut content for the game, the Mimic Tier would have more of a quest line, and it would be slowly taking aspects from your player character in order for them to become the Lord of Night. They were mimicking the next Elden Lord so that the Nox could have an Elden Lord of their own. But all of that's cut content, so it doesn't really matter. Kind of ignore it. It's just a cool thing that I wanted to share with you. That quest line would have existed, but it's not really that important. Back to the magic stuff of the astrologers and stuff like that. During all of those wars that I was talking about, all of that shit, right? The astrologers were kind of doing their own thing. They were forming a college that is very similar to Hogwarts, called Raya Lucaria. It was led by the Carrion royal family, specifically a woman named Renala, who we will talk more about later. Renala Carrion, who worshipped the moon. Once again, under Raya Lucaria, there were multiple teachers who all taught different kinds of. There's Renala right there. Who all taught different kinds of sorceries. Renala taught sorceries in relation to the moon, but mostly was more of like a headmaster, more of a Dumbledore than an actual teacher. So didn't really teach a lot of people that other than her daughter, who we'll talk more about later. There was also Selin, who in-game is known as Selin the Witch. I put a star next to her name because she could not be a teacher. We don't actually know the role that she played during the school's time. But she does have a portrait hanging in the school that is known as the Witch. So it's most likely Selin, but we don't actually know what she did during Raya Lucaria's heyday. And related to Selin, there is also Azur and Lazuli, who are some very ancient astrologers and sorcerers, who, upon looking up into the cosmos, had their mind break, and they were able to access some very powerful and ancient, lapis lazuli is what they were going for, very ancient sorceries, both very unique, with lazuli having something similar to star rain, and Azur having something like a comet. But by the events of the game, both of them are dead. Because the glintstone that they used to cast sorceries, we'll talk about that in a second, burrowed their way into their skull. So, Lazuli had a similar fate. Here's some concept art for you. But both of them had it burrow into their skull. Now, as I said, these people stared up into the cosmos. These were astrologers who stared up into the cosmos and gained access to this spellcasting. But as we just addressed with Azur and Lazuli, when you stare into the void, if you blink, that's it. That's it. If you stare too long, that's even worse. So some people stared too long. They lost their minds. They went absolutely insane. But others didn't. Others managed to keep their sanity with their very basic spells that they learned. But without accessing the cosmos, without staring into the stars further, they didn't really have anywhere to draw on for these spells. So they needed something else to help them gain access to this spellcasting. That is where something called glintstone comes into play. Selin turned into the ball. We'll talk more about that. This is where glintstone comes into play. Each one of these sorcerers often wore crowns with glintstone at the top. Using this glintstone, they were able to access things that the stars could do. They were able to access sorceries because these glintstones were incredibly similar to stars. So they started mining glintstone rapidly. And the academy that is Raya Lucaria is actually built on a huge mass of glintstone. Hang on. It's built on a huge mass of glintstone that you can actually see in-game right here. A giant mass of glintstone hanging down where Raya Lucaria is that they are slowly mining in order to access these sorceries. And by the events of the game, Raya Lucaria is actually sinking into the earth. So, and that is partially because they're mining so much glintstone that Raya Lucaria can't hold itself up anymore. And another is all of this down here, but we'll talk more about this stuff down here in a minute. But that is that is all of the Raya Lucaria stuff of what the astrologers are doing, while the Golden Order and Marika are focused on taking over the land. They also fought back against the Golden Order, or rather the Order, sorry, just the Order. They defended themselves against the Order. Speaking of the Golden Order, let's talk more about that, because they're actually two separate things, even though I keep swapping between them. So, this is where things are going to start going wrong, right? From where I started talking an hour ago, I've been building up into this moment where things started going wrong. We are now accessing the Act 3 of this history. Marika, leader of the Order, after winning all of these wars and taking over the bulk of the lands between and gaining that land and that dominance over the lands between, she made a rather rash decision. Made a rather rash and sudden decision. The Greater Will's desires are malleable. They're changeable. They aren't set in stone. So, Marika created what is known by the time of the game as the Golden Order. She did this by plucking the Rune of Death out of the... She did this by plucking the Rune of Death out of the Elden Ring. This whole time I haven't defined what the Elden Ring is. The Elden Ring is basically the rules of the land. The runes that are inside of the titular Elden Ring dictate what is possible within the lands between. They dictate everything. They are kind of like tenants. that the world has to be dominated by. They have to follow those tenets. So Marika plucked the Rune of Death out of the land, out of the Elden Ring. She removed destined death from that Elden Ring, making it so that nobody throughout the lands between can die of natural causes. They can't starve. They can't die of old age. But if they die of unnatural causes, if they die in battle, their body is slain. Their soul, or rather spirit, their spirit is not. Their spirit remains. In game, we use these things called spirit ashes because of this role. But they also, if you are like a legendary soldier or a heroic being or anything like that, you are given something called Erd Tree Burial, where you are buried in the roots of the Erd Tree. This allows your soul to travel up the Erd Tree and eventually, theoretically, be granted rebirth, resurrection, nirvana, if you want. There are many instances of, there are many examples of this concept in real life. So it's kind of like Nirvana meets Valhalla, if that makes sense. It's kind of like those two combined. But before she plucked the Rune of Death out of the Elden Ring, there were many ways and methods of death before that. There were the twin birds, who actually have an outer god of their own that might not be an outer god. I just called it twin bird because that's really all it's called in game. But they are massive birds who we know had some role in the act of death. We know that they had some role in death, where they would deliver the souls of those who died and stuff like that. Basically like a Grim Reaper. What do you mean you're watching ads? What do you mean you're watching ads? Yeah, that's a glitch. But they had some role in death where they were like delivering death. But we don't really know much about that. We just know that there's some sort of god in relation to them. We don't really know much. There was also the Gloam-eyed Queen, which we spoke about earlier. The Gloam-eyed Queen had godskin apostles and nobles that were going out and killing godlike beings, and that kind of thing. Marika actually defeated her. We don't know the context behind how that happened. We don't know if it was Godfrey that did that. We don't know if it was Marika directly. We have no idea. We know that Marika defeated the Gloam-eyed Queen, and that might have something to do with when she plucked the Rune of Death, because if gods can't die, then the gods' skins can't skin like that. You get the idea? It kind of like completely undid. I ran out of music. That's insane. I thought I would be done by now, honestly. The Godskins and the Gloam-eyed Queen used something called Black Flame, which delivered death to these gods. And when she plucked the Rune of Death, that black fire lost its power, basically, and made it so that the gods couldn't be killed, right? Then, because all of these wars... Oh, yeah, also, side effect. Because nobody can die, for some reason it had the side effect that nobody is giving birth, and everyone's sex drive died. Nobody wants to fuck. Everybody stops fucking. I don't know why that is. I guess George R.R. Martin doesn't believe in sex for pleasure. But for some reason, a side effect of removing the Rune of Death made everyone stop fucking. I don't know. But because of these wars, because nobody can die, there wasn't really a lot of reason for these wars that Godfrey was fighting to continue. So rather than just keep Godfrey around when his purpose has already been fulfilled, when Marika already got what she wanted, Marika and Godfrey got divorced. And Godfrey and all of his soldiers, not the Crucible Knights, not them, but the Tarnished specifically, all of them got banished from the Lands Between and sent to a different area in the world called the Badlands. It's called the Badlands. We don't really know a lot more about that yet, but there was also a failsafe activated, but we'll talk more about that failsafe in a goddamn minute. Because now we need to talk about the other side of the family tree. You'll notice that this entire time I've only really been using half of this Photoshop page, right? Well, alongside all of that was happening, there was another notable character throughout the game. This notable character is named Radagon. Radagon was a legendary soldier within the Golden Order's army. And they were tasked with the goal that Godfrey never achieved, that was fighting against Raya Lucaria in order to gain that land. In order to gain that reign over that land. But when Radagon met the leader of Raya Lucaria, who again is the Carrion royal family, aka Renala, when they met in battle, rather than fighting each other, they instead fell in love during that battle. Love truly can bloom on the battlefield. And together, they had 3 children. These children are Ricard, Radon, and Ronnie, with Ronnie being an Empyrean. Another person who can lead, who can be the Messiah for the Lands Between. For the greater will, right? Let's talk about Radon first. So who was the other Empyrean? The Glomite Queen, who Marika defeated, and Marika herself. Those are the 3 Empyreans that we've talked about so far. Let's talk about Radon. It's kind of short. Radon is one of the very few good guys in this story. He is one of the very few heroes of this story. Everyone else has a negative to them. Everyone else is more of a gray or a dark side. But Radon is a good guy, a heroic character. Radon was a fanboy of Godfrey, so despite being the son of Radagon, and having a giant red mane, because Radagon has bright red long hair, Radon inherited that mane, as all of these children did. All of these kids have that bright red hair. Radon was a fanboy of Godfrey, because Godfrey fought all those wars, and Radon was a martial-focused person. So, Radon took on armor that looked like a lion. We were actually wearing that in-game. Oh, I just turned my controller off. We were actually wearing that armor in-game. It looked like this. With lion-like figures on the side, and that kind of thing. So Radon was a Godfrey fanboy. On top of that, because he is the son of Renala, he also gained access to spellcasting and an affinity for it. So he learned something that is barely talked about in this entire fucking video game, and I hope is talked about more in the DLC. But having learned anything that I've learned so far, nothing has reinforced that it will be. Radahn learned gravity magic. He learned spells in relation to gravity. There are creatures in the game that have fallen from the cosmos. These are called Fellstar beasts. There's also other ones, such as... where's my tab? There are also others in the game. Elden Ring. There are also other creatures like this in the game, like Estelle here. Like Estelle, that's a shitty picture. You see him here. Like Estelle, a massive creature made of stars, with each of these being stars. There's a bunch of these kinds of creatures that are like magic-oriented and have a good time walking your dog, but of these like gravity, universal, cosmic horror kind of creatures. Radahn actually met one of the humanoids of those creatures that have fallen from the stars, because there are humanoids as well. And through them, and also a town called, hang on, it's not Selin, that's the town. Is it called Selin? Is the town called, oh, it's Celia. There's a town in the Lands Between called Celia. So alongside that town, and not Celiana, and this otherworldly person, he was able to learn gravity spellcasting. Notably, the reason he started learning this kind of spellcasting is so that he can ride on his tiny, scrawny horse named Leonard. You can see here, there's Leonard. So the primary reason that he started learning this gravity spellcasting is so that he could ride his scrawny horse, Leonard. Yeah. We love Leonard here. We stan Leonard. We're Leonard stans. That horse, listen. Scrawny. Tiny. Itty bitty. Dying, probably. Okay? But he's able to ride them. By the events of the game, Leonard and Radahn are infected with rot. So that's why he looks so fucked up. But we stan Leonard here. We're Leonard stans. It's because of the rot. He's fucked up. Radahn was also friends with a dude named Jaren, who helped him do his warmongering and stuff. But he's not super important until like later. It doesn't really matter. But after time, what ended up happening is Radahn learned that there was a giant, massive meteor rapidly approaching the Lands Between. In response to that, Radahn used his affinity with gravity spellcasting to hold back the meteor from crashing into his beloved town, Celia. He stopped the meteor from crashing. By the events of the game, we fight Radahn. We defeat Radahn, and that meteor ends up crashing into the Lands Between, but not into Celia, but instead into a nearby forest. A lot of people debate why that is. For me, what I think happened is when Radahn was killed, he used the last little bit of his spellcasting, of his strength, to push the meteor so that it landed somewhere else. That's what I believe. But that's not canon. We don't know. Moving on. The next family member... The next family member is Ricard. Ricard might be the worst character in the game. Not because he's poorly written. That's not what I mean. I mean worst as in worst person. During the events of Elden Ring, or rather prior to the events of Elden Ring, when Leyndell was a thing, and the Golden Order was reigning supreme, and Marika was active, Ricard acted as as basically the leader of the police. He was like the chief policeman. Ricard managed all of that stuff. He was a praetor, for those of you that are nerds. He controlled all of the security of the lands between that kind of the Golden Order and Leyndell and that kind of thing. Alongside that, he also abducted and tortured nobles and people and Albinorics and anyone in order to gain secrets of people in the lands between and in order to learn about their sins. And because of that, Ricard knew about the sins against the lands between and the Golden Order, rather. Knew about the sins against the Golden Order better than anyone. And this slowly corrupted him to where by the events of the game, he is not known as Praetor Ricard. He's not known as Ricard the Great, but rather he's known as Ricard the Blasphemous. Now you might be like, hey Drew, didn't you talk about Frenzy earlier? Doesn't that mean you're also blasphemous? It's different. Fuck you. Ricard led over an area called the Volcano Manor, which is an area right next to Leyndell under a massive volcano, obviously, where he did all of these abductions. And inside of that volcano, there is a great serpent that he fed people to throughout this leadership, throughout this time. And eventually, when traveling abroad, he met a woman named Tarnished, who he got married to. Kind of. They call her a concubine. Well, he got married to her, and they were in love with each other. More so than any character in the game. We've talked about many characters being married throughout the game, including Radagon and Rennala. But Ricard and Tarnished, their love between each other was more so than any other character that we talk about. Yeah, so anyways, Ricard fed himself to the great serpent that was resting within the volcano, and because of that, the great serpent basically absorbed his being, and he became half of the serpent. And Tarnished was still in love with him when this happened, and even when he was the serpent, she was still in love with him, and he even tried to give her a potion to wipe her mind so that she would forget about him and be able to move on, because Ricard knew he was going to do this. So she gave her a forget-me potion to be like, hey, move on, and she didn't, and was like, no, I still love you, even though you're a snake. So the Great Serpent version of Ricard. So the Great Serpent version of Ricard, where he's half serpent, half person. Really more like 90% serpent, 10% Ricard. He wanted power. He always wanted power, even during the events of the Golden Order. It's actually believed that he was the Blasphemous before he became this serpent-like being, and he was fighting against the Golden Order as they were trying to take over the volcano, which ended in stalemate because of the harsh climate that surrounds the volcano, and the Volcano Manor Knights being trained to fight there, and the Golden Order not, but the Golden Order being stronger than those of the Volcano Manor, so it ended up being a stalemate. When Ricard fed himself to this serpent, all of his soldiers basically viewed this as disgusting. It turned his need for power from one of just reason, from one that people could believe in and fight beside, one that people wanted to believe in him. People wanted to rebel against Lane-Del and the Golden Order, to have some sort of freedom over their not necessarily sins, but it's like freedom of speech. They wanted freedom of speech, basically. But when he fed himself to the serpent, that need for power in their eyes changed into greed and gluttony. And so they turned against him. All of his knights turned against him. We never meet a knight that fights under him in-game, except for one single spirit who tells us to kill him. What we do meet in-game, however, is a bunch of small humanoid snakes who are worshipping the Great Serpent and Ricard, and actually torturing humans, and a direct offspring of Ricard, whose name is Raya. And that's something that I didn't draw here. Ricard had a child named Raya. Or more likely, I think it's, hang on, what is it? It's Elden. Sorry, it's, this is the wrong name. My bad. It's, actually, this is like her nickname that she goes by. It's actually Zorias. So, keep in mind that this is happening while Ricard is the Great Serpent, he had a child named Zorias. This person was a snake, like humanoid, that could transform into a humanoid-like figure. However, she always stood like this. So, but she was still humanoid-like. And it is of note that he did not have this child with Tanith, but rather a different person, a woman that we never meet, named Datakar. Who, when we find something about Datakar in-game, it is, instead of being another humanoid-like figure, it is instead a charm that I thought we had, but I guess not. It is instead a charm that is a figure with that is a head with flayed skin. Datakar was the sinner of all sinners. They fucked everything. They were, Croissant said monster fucker earlier. Datakar is the monster fucker. She fucked Snake Ricard and had a kid named Zorias. And we meet that character throughout the game. There's more to do with Ricard, but to talk about the stuff to do with Ricard, we instead have to talk about a Ricard's sibling, Ranni. We are now going to start actually getting to the events that launch Elden Ring. Ranni is the daughter of Rennala, which means Ranni is part of the Carian royal family. So, and the Carian royal family is a matriarchal family. So Ranni would basically take up the reins from Rennala when Rennala passes. But on top of that, Ronnie is an Empyrean and can be the chosen of the greater will. Because of these two things, mostly the prior, Ronnie was basically Renala's favorite child. And she learned things about the moon that the other two children didn't learn. Ronnie learned about the dark moon, which, again, is not an outer god, but does have outer god-like tendencies, because Elden Ring actually has two moons. One bright moon and one dark moon. These are often referenced as the twin moons. So while Renala researched the light moon and used spellcasting in relation to that bright moon, Ronnie used spellcasting about the dark moon. And all of her spells are based on that. But not just the dark moon. Ronnie, as a child, roamed into the forests behind the Carrion Manor, and found a woman known as the Snowy Crone. And through this Snow Witch, Ronnie also learned a lot of snow and frost sorceries. And through this Snowy Crone, Ronnie also kind of learned rebellion and how to be her own person separate from the greater will, separate from the Carrion royal family. That's not to say that Ronnie didn't love Renala. Ronnie did. And when we fight Renala in-game, Ronnie actually defends her. The entire second phase of that fight, for those of you that remember, we're actually fighting an illusion created by Ronnie. But because Ronnie is an Empyrean, Ronnie was given a not necessarily a friend, but a what's the right word? Ronnie was given a servant. Ronnie was given a servant named Blythe. B-L-A-I-D-D. Ronnie was given a servant named Blythe. This servant was directly created by the Two Fingers in service of the Greater Will. So it is synthetic life, but it's an outer god, so it's life. And Blythe is not 100% human. He is instead a wolf-like. He has a wolf's head. He has a wolf-like body, but is humanoid in stance. He stands on two legs, has two hands with 5 fingers, and can speak in common. He is directly created by the Greater Will. We'll talk more about him later. She also had 2 other people in service to her. It's unclear of when this happened, but it was Iji, a giant troll, so obviously after the war with the giants, who was her war advisor, and another man named Saluvis, who is actually an Albinoric named Pydia, who is controlling a puppet named Saluvis. A puppet is basically a human who is taken control of. It is a human who is fully conscious and taken control of like a puppet. It's fucked up. It's really fucked up. As Ronnie grew up, she realized that she didn't want to be not like Liza P. Worse. She realized that she didn't want to be the Greater Will's loyal dog. She didn't want that. So Ronnie wanted to separate herself from that need. She didn't want to be the Empyrean that she was born to be. She didn't want the world to be ruled by the greater will. She didn't want the Golden Order and all that kind of stuff. She believed all that stuff was wrong and bad and that it shouldn't exist in that way. That people should be free to worship who they want. That people should be allowed to rule themselves. She wanted democracy, or at the very least a republic, instead of a monarchy. So she started enacting a plan that required a finger-slaying blade. And we'll talk more about that in a minute, because guess what? Divorce. Radagon and Renala got divorced. They're done. They broke up. Oh, hang on, wait. Boop. Boop. There you go. They got divorced. Specifically because Radagon got summoned by Marika to marry Marika and become the second Elden Lord. So Radagon left Renala to go marry Marika. This absolutely crushed Renala. The person who she was in love with. So much so that they stopped fighting in battle to get married and have these kids. She was crushed. And the Renala that we meet in-game is nowhere near her absolute glory. So much so that Raya Lucaria turned against the Carian royal family. They turned against their headmaster and hired a group called the Cuckoo Knights. Or Cuckoo Knights, or the Cuckoo? Cuckoo? I don't know. Who fought against the Carian royal family, using sorceries given to them by Raya Lucaria. Very basic sorceries. But they also lost that battle, and a lot of them became puppets to Selûvis, or rather Pydia. So, when Marika and Radagon got married, they had 3 children together, or really like 2.5. Hang on, let me get rid of that. Yeah, there. What layer is this on? What layer is this on? Hello? Is this drawn on the black layer? All right. Okay. As I was saying, so Radagon and Marika got married, and they had 2.5 children together. They were Melania, or Melania. There it is. Melania and Michaela. Now, there is something super important here that I haven't talked about for the last hour and a half, but it is incredibly important. And it's going to be important for the rest of this little recap that I'm doing, Radagon and Marika are the same person. They are not 2 separate people. Radagon is Marika, and Marika is Radagon. Not in a, oh, Marika was cross-dressing way. Not in a trans way or anything like that. It is more like Marika split her personality so intensely that they became 2 separate people. And nobody knew this except for Radagon and Marika. We learn this because a person makes a statue of Radagon, and they learn Radagon's secret, that he is Marika. We also think that people like Saluvis know that Radagon and Marika are the same person because they wear masks with this cross design that is actually Radagon's symbol. You can actually see it in the Elden Ring itself. Hang on. You can actually see it in the Elden Ring itself. Oops. Yeah. So you see this cross-stitch design that is behind the Elden Ring? You see that? That's Radagon's seal. That's Radagon. And Saluvis has a mask that has that seal on it. So it's theorized that he knew that secret because that's what that seal is supposed to mean. It means keep your mouth fucking shut, Buster. So Radagon and Marika are the same person. And yet, despite that, in classic Greek mythology style, they had 3 children. Let's talk about Malenia. Malenia is an Empyrean. So is Miquella, and theorized because those 2 are Empyreans, we can theorize that Melina is as well. But we'll talk more about her in a second. All 3 of these kids are Empyreans, which means they can take over from Marika's rule. This is because they are pure gods. They are 100% god. They aren't half gods like all of the other children are. They are pure gods. Malenia, however, because they were all born from one person, they all inherently have weird flaws in them as people. I can see the new emotes yet now? Hell yeah, refresh. Malenia is taken over by a god of rot. She is basically the chosen god, the chosen messiah for this rot god. Or even beyond that, she might be the rat god itself. Hey, Cactus Tobat, I'm recapping Elden Ring right now. How you doing? We're gonna get into the game in a minute. But she is the rot god. She is the leader of the rot god. She is not the leader of the rot god, but the messiah of the rot god. She's the rot god's chosen, right? Because of that, her body is constantly decaying with rot, and eventually she will die from that rot. She had to find a way to fight against this rot, and in turn, she met a man named the Blind Swordsman. He is a blind swordsman dressed in blue who used a curved sword, who is said to gain powers from a fairy in order to destroy the rot god in the past. So in the past, at some point, long before anything that we've talked about so far, theoretically, this blind swordsman was able to defeat the rot god and seal them away. Obviously not permanently. So she learned from this blind swordsman how he did that. Very nice of him to teach her instead of just killing her. He taught her about water and flowing and staying flowing and constantly being on movement. In the same way as with real life, where stagnant water allows bacteria to grow and all types of creatures to lay their eggs in it and that kind of thing. Malenia learned from the blind swordsman to always be flowing, to keep her blood flowing. And through this act, she is able to push back the rot god and not allow the rot god to fully take over her body and destroy her from within. This also made her an amazing swordsman and combatant. And because of that, many people ended up following her into battle despite knowing that they could die from her rot. Because it seeps out of her in a way. These people became known as the Clean Rot Knights, and they are the single greatest swordswoman, yeah. Swordswomans of the lands between. They number in few, but what they lack in quantity, they have in quality. Melania, fighting many battles, never lost a fight until she fought Radahn. This is a cinematic that we actually watch in the game, or in the trailers of the game. We see a cinematic of this. I'm not going to play it now. This recap's long enough already. You can watch it on your own. Just look up Elden Ring trailer and then find the one with Melania as the picture. She has like a Valkyrie helmet. Her and Radahn fought. This is after the Shattering, which we haven't talked about yet, but they fought against each other, and Melania and Radahn basically both... Melania stabbed Radahn in the shoulder, and when she did that, she also stabbed herself, which would have caused her death. But rather than die, she exploded in a massive flower, which is now called a scarlet bloom, that infected the entirety of an area of the map called Caelid in Red Rot Swamp. I'm actually there in-game right now. We can go look at it. It infected the entire area with this rot. You can see it right over there. You can see the red swamp. Not very well. See that tree that's like right past that rock? That is actually where the scarlet bloom happened. Where that happened. And you killed her? We haven't killed her. She's still around. Theoretically. So that infected this entire section of the map when they fought. We don't know why those two fought. There are theories, but we'll get into those later because we haven't learned that in game yet. Let's talk about her brother, Miquella. These two are twins. They were born at the same time and both born with afflictions. Where Melania is constantly decaying, Miquella is in a state of youth. He is permanently a child. He is locked as a child. So both of them, if you think about it, both of them represent a stage in life that are polar opposites from each other. Melania is decaying. Miquella is growing. But what is great about Miquella that we've already learned, everyone loves Miquella. Everyone likes him. He's a good guy. He's a good kid, I guess. Everyone likes Miquella. Nobody thinks Miquella is a bad person. Everybody likes Miquella. He's a very heroic being. He helped his sister by building things out of unalloyed gold, which means it's pure. Which help stave off the rot. It helps push back rot. It helps make it so that it stops the meddling of outer gods, I think is the exact words they use. Hi, Doggo, how are you? Also, hi, Sailor, how are you? We also believe that he is probably Torrent's previous owner. Torrent is the horse that we use in-game. This horse deer guy, it's believed that Miquella was probably the previous owner of this horse. Wow! Because of the little whistle down there is made of unalloyed gold. So we believe that he was actually the previous owner of Torrent, but none of that's confirmed. Last off, Melina. That's how you say it, not Melina, it's Melina. Melina here is not their child. We don't know that. It is never confirmed in-game that Melina is related to these other two. We don't know. But the theory is that she is their child. One, because they share the same naming scheme. Melina, Michaela, Melina, you get it? Melina, you get it? You understand? It's all the M names. So they share the naming scheme. But also, in my inventory, there are, I think it's actually in here. Yeah. There are butterflies. And each of these butterflies are tied to one of these three children. The nascent butterfly is Mikola. It has a lot to do with sleep. The Aeonian butterfly represents Rot, aka Melania. And the smoldering butterfly represents Melina, because Melina is our fire maiden. Melina is the person that is supposed to help us go through the lands between and stuff. We're not done, Ace. But we don't know much about her. And even beyond that, she left us because we took on the Frenzied Flame. So, but we'll talk more about that later. I don't want to spoil anything. We'll talk more about that later of why that is. Now we are to the events of the game. We are almost done. Now we are to the events of the game. Directly before the game begins, probably about 1,000 years or something like that, or I think that's what, it might have been 5. I think George R. Martin, the co-writer of this game, said that it was 5,000 years in the past. Doesn't matter. Whatever. A event happened called the Night of Black Knife Assassins. This is an event that caused... this is an event that was directly orchestrated by Ronnie. Again, here's the full family tree. This was an event that was directly ran by Ronnie. She caused this to happen. And, hang on. So Ronnie directly caused this to happen. She orchestrated the whole thing. Ronnie, I guess, employed, maybe contracted, a group of people called the Black Knife Assassins. That's them right there. These Black Knife Assassins, with help from Ricard, her brother, stole a rune of, or maybe this might be the part that he helped with, it might be the other. They stole a fragment of the rune of destined death and used used that rune of destined death to kill Godwyn the Golden. Again, Godfrey and Marika's child. So Ronnie's stepbrother. All of these Black Knife Assassins are part of a special race of people called the Newmen, which are said to descend or are directly from people that came down from space. These are people that come down from space somewhere else. We don't know, but every single Newman person is either a descendant of someone who did descend from space or directly did. We don't know more, but they're aliens. Doesn't matter. They're eating dogs and shit. So these Black Knife Assassins, all Newman, stole the Shard of Death and killed Godwyn the Golden. It is believed, once again, I want to restate this. Either Ricard helped Ronnie steal the Rune of Destined Death, or he helped break the Black Knife Assassins into Godwyn's chambers in order to kill him. One of the two happened, we don't know. I personally believe in the latter, because he controlled the security of Leyndell and stuff like that. So he knows all of like the patrol routes and stuff like that. So it would be very easy for him to make an opening for the Black Knife Assassins to break in and kill Godwyn. But what is notable here is you can see here, see this carving on Godwyn's back? See this carving? At the same time as the Black Knife Assassins were carving this symbol into Godwyn's back, the same, almost, symbol was carved into Ronnie's back. They are two halves of the same symbol, which is a rune for the Elden Ring. But they are two halves of that rune. So, what ended up happening here is that Godwyn died only in soul. His soul died. His spirit died. Which again, Marika removed the rune of destined death. That should not be able to happen. No god has ever died because she took the rune of destined death. So, Godwyn died in spirit, but his body lived on. Ranni died in body, but her spirit lived on. Her spirit taking over a doll, which you see here. So this is actually a doll that is modeled after the snowy crone that she knew in her youth. But she takes over this doll with her spirit. And Ricard dies in body. And because of that, and dies in soul, I mean. God, I just fucked up a lot. Godwyn dies in body. No. Fuck, I fucked it up again. Godwyn's soul died. They killed his spirit. It's dead. But his body lived on. You can see I'm moving right here. And because of that, when they buried Godwyn, obviously he's a god, right? He is as a heroic-like being as you can get. So they buried Godwyn's body near the roots of the Erd tree. But because his body wasn't dead, it infected the roots of the Erd tree, and those roots expanded out throughout the lands between, creating a new thing called Deathroot, which caused people's bodies to be raised from the dead. There are undead skeletons roaming the lands because of this Deathroot. These people are known as those who live in death. Some people are very against those who live in death. This is the Golden Order. They don't believe in death, so they don't believe in those who live in death. So there are people who run crusades throughout the lands between to kill those who live in death and those who would support those who live in death. Because there are also those on the other side who believe in those who live in death and want they want the ways of the old death to return before Marika took over the lands between and stuff. We're almost done. Oh, hi, Varian. This in-game, what we see here is, I mean, basically, Jenny. What we see here in-game is a character named Fia, who is known as a deathbed companion, whose entire goal is to resurrect Godwyn the Golden as those who live in death. Start what again? And D, the hunter, who hunts those who live in death, and Fia. Now, I weirdly wrote Godric in this section, and I don't know why. Oh, no, I know why. Godwyn being murdered, someone needed to take up Godwyn's reign, because Godwyn had land, right? And, like, Godwyn had rule. And then, by the way, everyone liked Godwyn, right? Like, in the same way as Miquella, everyone liked Godwyn. He was named Godwyn the Golden for a reason. Everyone liked Godwyn. Miquella especially, but we'll talk more about that later. So when Godwyn died, someone needed to take over his land. That ended up being theoretically his son, maybe a cousin. We don't know. But that ended up being a person named Godric, or Godric the Grafted. he does a thing where he basically cuts off people's limbs and attaches them to his own body. Really gross. It's really gross. But he ends up ruling over a place called fucking Stormville or whatever the fuck. The Storm King's castle. Because he tried to fight against his uncles and aunts, which is what we're going to talk about now. So, is Morgott the dude that looks like the Hunchback of Notre Dame? I guess kinda. For the record, out of all of these characters, Morgott might be my favorite. It's really a battle between these two. I like Radahn a lot as well, but it's really a battle between these two of which one of these are my favorites. I really like these two story. Remember you saying his story is a big favorite of yours? Yeah, I like it a lot. So after Godwyn died, after Godwyn unfortunately perished at the hands of Ranni, for good reasons, mind you. This was all of her plot to get to rid herself of the Elden Ring, or of the right to Empyrean and stuff. This was all part of her goal to separate herself from the Empyrean title and to get rid of the Greater Will from the Lands Between. That was her whole goal, was to do that, which we talked about earlier. That was her goal, right? But to do that, she needed to kill Godwyn the Golden. Now, why she had to kill him specifically and not any of these other people, nobody fucking knows. But regardless, she did that. So, horrible things, decent reasoning. Marika, stricken with grief of her firstborn son, was ruined. Destroyed. Absolutely. And in that grief, she did another sudden action, which was shattering the Elden Ring itself. This started a war known as the Shattering. When Marika shattered that Elden Ring, again, the rules that hold up the entire Lands Between, these had the power to remove death from the world. Radagon attempted to put it back together, to reform the Elden Ring, but failed. In response to his failure, each of these children that you're looking at here, every single one of these, except for Zarias, because Ricard wasn't dead. If Ricard was dead, then Zarias would have been given it instead. But in response, every single one of these children was given a single greater rune, which is the big part that makes up the logo. Do I still have that open? Yeah, I do. So each of these children were given a single part of the Elden Ring, one of the greater runes. The lattice section that you see behind it, again, is Radagon's symbol. I believe that this is only there because Radagon attempted to repair this. So this is a Elden Ring post-shattering that he attempted to repair. So, each of the kids was given a greater rune, which is one of these big circles. And they were tasked by the Greater Will, I assume, to basically become the next Elden Lord, to take over the reins from Marika and Radagon and regain control over the lands between. The Greater Will didn't care which one of these kids managed to do that. They only wanted one of these kids to be able to do that. So this launched off a war called the Shattering. The first one of these children to be able to gain 3 Elden runes, 3 greater runes, could reforge the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord. Every single one of them failed. Radahn got close, but Morgott jumped out of the sewers, unleashed from his chains, broke out of the sewers, and tackled Radahn. We can actually see this. You can actually see this. Oh, never mind. It's not here. It's actually in the intro cutscene. This is the Shattering, though. This scene right here. This is the Shattering of Leyndell being sieged. And then that's Marika and Radahn fighting. So we can actually see this. Morgott sprung out of the sewers and tackled Radahn, taking down Radahn. A much smaller Radahn than what we see in game, mind you. Assuming that he probably got big from his Elden Ring that he achieved, or from the Scarlet Rot. I thought that was Rot Daughter, not Marika. What? Who? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. So Morgott stopped Radahn from ascending. On the screen, you said that's Marika and... Oh, sorry. That's Morgott and Radahn. Oh, I see. This is Melania. Yeah, sorry. That's Melania and Radahn fighting. My bad. I've said a lot of words in the last 2 hours, okay? So every single one of these children failed to defeat one another and failed to gain an Elden Ring of themselves. Some out of choice. Melania and Godric actually fought each other. Melania spared Godric and chose not to take his Elden Rune, his greater rune. So some out of choice, but for the most part, they all failed. When they all failed to ascend, a failsafe was activated. A failsafe put in place by Marika years prior, when she divorced Godfrey. This failsafe summoned Godfrey back to the lands between, alongside all of his Tarnished soldiers. Every single one of the Tarnished got summoned back as well. So every single one of these people got brought back to the lands between. What that means is they were given back the guidance of grace. That means that they were back in the Greater Will's vision. The Greater Will had an intent for them once again. The Greater Will intended them to ascend and take the throne as Elden Lord once again. The Greater Will doesn't care if that's Godfrey. It doesn't care if that's any other Tarnished. It does not care. The Greater Will just wants a Tarnished to take the throne because all of the children failed to. This is where the video game begins. We are 2 hours into a recap. This is where the video game begins. So we, a Tarnished, that means we are either one of these soldiers that fought along Godfrey or a descendant of Godfrey. I'm fine. Went through and we fought, and we are fought and or are fighting every single one of these. We defeated Godric and took his Elden Rune. We fought Renala and took her Elden Rune, but not actually, because Her Elden Rune is quirky because it was gifted to her by Radagon. It's a rune of rebirth. It's a weird thing. Don't think about it too hard. But we defeated Renala and got hers. We defeated Ricard, Radon. Ronnie is quirky. We'll get back to it. We defeated Morgott. We have defeated all of these people, all of these children, and achieved their greater runes. And when we fought Morgott, who was standing at the very bottom of the Erd Tree, we discovered that rather than being able to enter the Erd Tree and... What? I'll add to this since Drew talked for 2 hours? What? What did I miss? I don't know what I missed. That we are proud. Oh, okay. So when we got up here and we fought Morgott, who's actually laying right there, by the way. That's Morgott without all of his omen horns. That's Morgott's corpse. We discovered that the Erd Tree was actually sealed shut, and we could not enter the Erd Tree. In turn, we couldn't access the Elden Ring to reforge it into our vision. So, we were given a new mission, which we'll talk about in a moment. Let's talk about Ronnie first. Ronnie has a very unique Elden Ring in comparison to everyone else. Greater rune in comparison to everyone else. Because while everyone else's Elden runes are physical, and we can interact with them, we actually have access to all of them, Ronnie's is also physical, but rather than us having access to it, it is actually, if we can see it, because it just became night, so we might not be able to. It also might be behind the tree. I didn't think about that. I can't see it, so you're just going to take my word for it. The greater rune for Ronnie's is actually the moon itself. It's actually embedded inside of the dark moon. You can see it in the dark moon. Yeah, maybe I can pull up a picture of it. Hang on. There you go. So if you look there, this is the dark moon. See how it has like a little bit of a symbol on it? Like a jut out. See that? You can't see most of it because it's the dark moon. But see how it has like a little bit of a line there with like one jutting in? See that? So her rune is actually a part of the moon itself. Which is pretty cool. Pretty cool that she has that unique thing that no one else has. So we went through the game and fought all of these people, and we're given a new task to burn the Erd Tree in order to break through the thorns and be able to access the Elden Ring. This is a thing that Morgott refused to do, which made it so that he couldn't ascend because he refused to commit that heretical act and break through in order to become the Elden Lord. But that is what this stream today is theoretically going to be about. So rather than talk about that, let's talk about the other side quest that I didn't mention throughout this. We met a dude named Bach the Seamstress. He's a little demi-human, which is kind of like a goblin, who we called beautiful so that he wouldn't kill himself. And he's making us clothes. We met a dude named Dung Eater, It's B-O-C, Bok. We met a dude named Dung Eater, a person who believes in curses and the cursed blood, and wants to spread the curse, not the omen curse, however, very similar because it also has a lot to do with thorns and horns. He infects corpse by fucking them. And makes this, and basically gives people an STD that they would spread down to their children to make it so that nobody could ever be reborn. It ends your line right there. That was also a lot to do with a dude named Bogart the Blackguard, who got defiled. And he was a good character, and we loved him. He said, Marika's tits. We also met a lady named Roderica, who came across the sea. She came from distant lands, because there are other lands other than the lands between. We know of at least 3. One that I don't remember the name of, but that's where Roderica comes from. The Badlands and the Land of Reeds. I don't know about the rest. There might be more. I don't know. But we met up with her. She is a noble that came from across the sea, but all of her soldiers, all of the people that were following her, all got grafted by Godric. And she was the only survivor. So, now she makes stuff for us. We met Gideon Offnir, the All-Knowing. He is a researcher who is another Tarnished, who is attempting to ascend to the throne, and is gaining a lot of info and knowledge about all of the players on the chessboard right now. We met Nefeli Lu, a character who is now leading over Stormvale Castle, where we killed Godric. She's ruling over that land. We don't know a lot about Nefeli Lu. What we can assume about her via some things in her questline is that she is most likely a child of the Storm King that Godfrey defeated. More on that later. We met Alexander, a giant pot with arms. There's actually a Twitch emote of him. We love him. He's amazing. He's a warrior. He's very gallant and chivalrous. He's very cool. We also met another jar with arms that was Alexander's nephew, and he wants to also become a warrior jar in the future. And Dialos is, or was before he died, was taking care of the jars in an area called Jarburg, which is a little village full of people that are the jars with arms and legs. We also have seen around a man named Vike. Vike is actually the person that's on the box of Elden Ring. So on the box of Elden Ring, the cover art that is associated with the game, it is also the use of the thumbnail. This is a shitty picture of it. Let me get a better one. Is bigger? Yeah, there you go. So this is the thumbnail for the recursive video, by the way. Vike is the person that is on the box. Vike is another Tarnished who is very close to taking the throne and becoming the Elden Lord. But he failed to, for reasons that we will probably talk about later tonight. We also met with a character named Garank, who is a beast clergyman who is trying to collect all the death root from around the lands. Don't know why. And lastly, another one that we haven't talked about is a character named Goldmask, who previously was he's still alive, is a true follower of the Golden Order, but is losing faith in what the Golden Order has become as we've started to educate him about some of the things that we found about Radagon and the Shattering and that kind of thing. He's losing faith. But he is a true follower of the Golden Order. That's really all it's about him. And now people are complaining that we're still going and are surprised that we're still going. But good news, because we're done. We finished. That's the recap, everybody. It took 2 hours and 15 minutes just about to recap the entirety of Elden Ring so far. That's not even it. We're not even done. We're not even done with the game. We haven't finished the video game. We've almost finished it. That's the reason it took so long. It took so long because we're almost done with the video game. But that is it for now. Thank you, Funk. Thank you. All right. Let me do this. Okay. Now, let's get started. I've done some things offline. So first, some stuff from last stream. Because last stream was rough. I went through and I respec'd and I changed out some gear. I'm now using these 2 swords instead. These are dual blade rapiers. They look like this. And they have this attack. And at any time, I can press this button and I do a different attack. It looks like that. And if I follow it up, it does that big, strong attack. So we have that. One more thing that I did off stream, which basically required me to walk around this area and kill a bunch of the Clean Raw Knights. I went to a tunnel that I was actually looking for on stream, called the Abandoned Cave here. Yes, I'm using my fancy controller. I went through this cave, which is a rot-infected cave. And at the end, there is 2 Clean Rot Knights. And by killing them, I gain a new charm that is this one. But I want to read all the new items to you. I want to read all the new items to you real quick. I found this one. A talisman facsimile of a scarab, the carrier of treasures and precious things. This golden scarab increases the amount of runes obtained from defeating enemies. So I gained that, and I also gained this one. One of the weapons designed for gladiatorial combat, used by duelists who were exiled from the Colosseum. The black fang protruding from the bronze snake head is coated in deadly poison. And then lastly, I gained this. Malformed bow in the shape of a pair of poisonous snakes. Imbues arrows with poison through pagan magic, revealing its true worth when used with poison-infused arrows. Used by assassins known as the Formless Serpents. I gained all those. Why am I almost dead? I just wanted to share those because I got those off stream. Hi. I didn't know you were here. Hi, Zeto. How are you? How are you? How's your stream? Welcome in, everybody. Things are free for, or not free. Anything that is usually under 1,000 channel points is now 100. Try stuff out, folks. I got 50 redeems that you can use at any time. All right, redeem some stuff. Try some stuff out. Anyways, I didn't come here for the bell-bearing hunter. I didn't even know that existed here. I came here. I wanted to show you guys something that is funny in one context and sad in another, and I need you to see it because I've been thinking about it. I wish this game had a pause button. Man. Anyways, as I was saying, I wanted to show you guys something that was funny, but also kind of sad in a different context because it's consumed my brain. Look at this. Look at this dragon. Look at how this dragon died. Look at it. Look at like the stereotypical like tongue sticking out. This stereotypical, like, tongue sticking out of their mouth. Like, see that? I looked at this dragon, and I was like, that's so funny. That's so funny. And then, like, as I was riding down to the cave that's, like, right down there that I said that I did off stream, I thought about it for a second, and I was like... I thought about it for a second, and I was like, that's how my dog died.
Excuse me? Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry.
That's what he looked like.
Sorry.
And it got really sad. Yeah, it went from haha funny into like, man. Really quick. That took a turn? Yeah. Yeah, imagine living it. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty rough. I got moited. But he died funny. One last joke on the way out. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's go back to what we were doing before. So we've been fighting this boss down here. Me? And struggling to. Just absolutely struggling to. Look like someone who I would call foul words, like you don't already. Alright. Alright, I got this. Why? Actually kind of fitting that they're here. I was not expecting that to hit me. Okay.
Not.
I always dodge that early. What? That's wide. Oh, oops. Okay. Okay, locking in. Missed. Classic poke and leave. Sanctity of this boss fight's gone. God, this guy respawned. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't really help. Yeah. I didn't think it would hit me. You're still going, huh? I think I healed him. Alright. Finally!
Excuse me for such whimsical
Jesus
utterances.
Christ! Fuck that boss. God damn! Thank you for those of you that gifted me things to help me with that boss fight. And fuck you to everyone who didn't. And extra fuck you to everyone who hindered me during that fight. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Obak. God. That is one of 3 bosses that consumed an entire 12-hour stream that I could not defeat. God. That gave us 2 items. Black Flame Ritual. Superior Black Flame Incantation. It's the circle that the dude was doing. Summons a circle of Black Flame pillars around the caster. Charging increases the size of the circle. The gloom-eyed queen led the apostles. It is said that she was an Empyrean, chose by the fingers. Sacred Cloth of the Godskin Apostles. Made from supple skin sewn together. Successive attacks restore HP. The Gloom-eyed Queen cradles newborn apostles swaddled in this cloth. Soon they will grow to become the death of gods. The whole reason we were doing that fight was for that item right there. That item, I forget what I was building. Hang on. Okay, so now we have that equipped. So what that allows us to do is see that little missing piece of health there? If I go down here, and I fight this snail, or this wolf, as I do successive attacks, it slowly heals me up. And because I'm using dual rapiers, I do a bunch of successive attacks. Oops, didn't mean to fall. Well, here we go. Oops, press the wrong button. So it makes it so that I have a little bit of life steal during fights. Just to help out. Oh, hey guys. Okay. So that's one of the 3 bosses that I was struggling to beat during that 12-hour. We've already made 100% more progress than we did during the last 12-hour stream of this game. Next, we're going to head over here. Do I have a level? I do. Oh, I also wanted to change one more thing. I've been using Godric's Great Rune for just about the whole game. I want to change that out for more gods. I don't really need all attributes. I really only like the HP buff that it gives. Alright. We need to go... up here, as we walk around, notice that the trees themselves are, like, spirits. They don't have actual roots that go down. There's a lot of spirit stuff. We're walking around a massive graveyard, where many lost their lives during the fight against the giants. Did that for the content. It was content. Then there's this guy. He's a Deathrite bird. He's one of the twin birds, or followers of the twin bird, rather. If you look at his wings, you can see that there's dudes chilling in his wings, and they use a sword that you can actually obtain in the game that talks about Deathrite and stuff like that. Maybe we'll find it. This guy's like a deliverer of death. Similar to like a Grim Reaper kind of guy. Well, there's one. Similar to like a Grim Reaper kind of guy. Yeah, that did happen. Damn. Dude fucking beaked me and negated all of my health. This is number 2 of the 3 bosses that walled me off last time, by the way. need to come down here. Oh, I didn't know that happened. Flame you can see is the black flame, same shit as Godskin was using. A little bit more official. God damn. Well. Hey VOD watchers, welcome back. I'm still fighting the boss. We took a pee break, so I'm gonna beat it first try now. So, how about that weather? I didn't realize what was happening. Oops. Oh, fuck me! Just die. Just go down. Thank you. God damn. Oh! Ritual spear used by priests of old who were permitted to come among the deathbirds. They did what among the deathbirds? The priests became guardians of the birds through the rite of death, which also serves as an oath sworn to their distant resurrection. Spear call ritual. Thrust the spear high, bearing prayers into the sky. Bars. To summon a downpour of spectral spears. So, the Deathbirds and the Deathbird priests all worshipped a deity called the Twin Birds, which were basically, from what we know, all of this is the ways of old death, before Marika plucked the death rune, before the Erd tree and all of that. This is the old methods of death, where the Deathbirds would deliver that death upon those who they viewed deserved it. Who the twin bird viewed, I guess, I assume, viewed deserved it. Similar to, again, like a Grim Reaper kind of character. We don't know if this twin bird, and all those clinkies went in the void. We don't know if the twin bird is an outer god comparable to like the Greater Will or any of those. We don't know. All we know is that it is some sort of godlike deity, but we don't know what level it is at. Yeah. Too damn poor in LA. I talked about this in the recap, and I've mentioned it in prior VODs. This is a mausoleum. It was created by the Nox of Noxtella, using their skills with synthetic life. Usually it's walking around, but we grounded this one. You can tell it's Nox based on the architecture and how similar it is to the areas down in Noxtella where the Nox live. It's very similar to that architecture. We don't know when or why these were necessarily built. There's nothing in fact of why these are built, but the theory is that Marika or Godwin, or not Godwin, sorry, that's the only person that couldn't have. Marika or Radagon or maybe Michaela, we don't know. The theory is that someone among the royal family, most likely, commissioned the Nox to make these mausoleums after they learned that it is possible for a god to die. The reason why that is the theory of why they did this is because if we go in here and I press Y, you can see that the purpose of this building is specifically to duplicate the souls of gods. So that's the theory. Anyways, welcome to Castle Sol, everybody. We did a tour during the cursed 12-hour where I achieved nothing. We'll do another little tour. This is my house. That's my lion. My second lion is over there. This is my home. Like I said, we're well off now. You get it. But this is my home. I haven't been here for a while, so it's a little messy. Please ignore the mess. Please ignore the mess. So like sometimes when my house gets messy, slugs start to infest it. This is a slug zone. So we just got to clean it out a little bit. These are my urns. They're filled with pickles. You can have one if you like. Would you like a pickle? You can have one. Well, I'll open them up for later. Let's not open them right now. Let's finish our cleaning. I'll open up later. Oh, yeah, you probably wouldn't like them. They're spicy pickles. No. Up here we got the ramparts. Me and my buddy over there, which we'll see later, used to throw spears down here. We would see how far we could throw them. He always beat me. I wasn't very good at it, but I tried my best. Piku. As I said, it's a little messy here, and these guys are included in that. It's a little messy. There's also a guy over there trying to set my house on fire, but it's snowing. Oh, that's new. I didn't put that there. Well, that's the ballista. Usually it's not right there. Usually it's somewhere else, and we have a nice little island in the middle there, in the middle of the house. Nice little island. Not your house anymore. Nah, it's fine. It's just, you know, it's interlopers. You get it. Is there an item down there? Oh. Ooh. Usually it's not lightning and thunder like that. That's also new. Those Fulgur growths over there, or whatever they're called, must have gone the wrong way. That's the chat who disobeyed. These dogs aren't mine. Just for the record, these dogs are not mine. That bird, also not mine. Not mine. Hey, man. Up there is my bedroom, but we're not going to my bedroom right now. I'm just letting you know that that's where it is. Alright. Alright, I lowered the elevator. You got snacks in here? Well, I just showed you the pickles. Like I said, I haven't been home for a while. We don't have that much right now. Did you see that item through a wall? I seen the shine of it through the pillar, or either that or beside the pillar. I don't know. I don't need it though. Nice to have, but I don't need it. Definitely should have leveled up. I did not see how many runes I got from the Deathbird, but I definitely probably could have leveled. Yeah, definitely probably. So this up here is my buddy old pal. He's been keeping watch over the house while I've been away. This is Niall. Niall? Niall, what happened to your leg? Seems like I didn't leave Niall on the best of terms. That's a shame. So this is Commander Niall. We actually have seen where his leg is. Theoretically. We don't know for sure. He is missing a leg, as you can see, and that leg was actually taken from him by Godric the Grafted. And when we fought Godric, you'd notice that he did some of the wind magic that Niall is going to do here. Because him losing that leg gave Godric that ability. The Avatar? Just the last Airbender, not the Avatar. sick. He can do that? That's a thing he can do? Okay. I think that would hit me, honestly. I don't like him being in that corner, so I'm just gonna chill back here. Okay. I'm dead. What? Okay. This dual swords guy is the actual boss. Oh, fuck. This might kill me. Didn't I get out of the way? Telling you, these fucking dudes right there, they're the real bosses. seen it. They know it exists now. What? Okay. Fair. Ooh, I wasn't expecting it to have that range. A little early. I got a little greedy there. It has so much rain. Damn. The last rune arc I'm popping. That move's awesome. And I think that one I just have to get out of the way. My earbud just fucking died. I don't know what this time. I just having to wait to swap out my headphones. Knew he had to be close. so hard at the time. I thought he was doing the big attack. Not that big attack. Look at how close he is! Look at that! Look at that right there! That's so fucking close! Look at that health bar! It's right there! It was right there! It was so fucking close! Man! Been done. With help. It has been done. At 47 attempts. Well. Make this a situation. I like this hentai. Favorite hentai. Using each one of its tentacles to regain health. He has so much health. This is new game plus 4 for you. And also regrow its tentacle. This is new game plus 4 for you. Yeah! What do I get out of it? One of its ovaries. I'm in. Oh, hang on. Bladed prosthetic leg unwreathed with the power of lightning. Instead of attached to the fist... what? Bladed prosthetic leg enwreathed with the power of lightning, instead attached to the fist. It's a punching weapon, that's what it means. Commander Nile, veteran of Castle Sol, offered his prosthesis in exchange for the lives of defeated knights held prisoner. He went on to lead these men as an army of no nation. So, the Storm Knights that were alongside him are from the castle that Godric was inside. So it's theorized that Godric took those knights captive, and he gave up his leg in order to free them, taking on this prosthetic instead. Yeah. That's the theory. Then up here, I don't remember where. I remember that it is up here. So up here, in this area, there's this phantom with a medallion that says, "Lord Miquella, forgive me. The sun hath not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now. Your divine Haligtree." So, that one line of dialogue confirms a couple things. One, the sun being swallowed is clearly a reference to the eclipse. This is Castle Sol. There's eclipse things everywhere. It's clearly a reference to that, right? So it's clearly a reference to the eclipse. This eclipse must have not happened, because he says that it failed or something along those lines, right? So the eclipse must not have happened. Bedtime rats, are you going to bed? And Miquella wanted to bring on the eclipse in order to heal or restore someone's soul. Good night, doggo. I love you. Mwah. Thanks for stopping by, dog. I feel like it's been I feel like you haven't been to streams very often lately. I don't know. Good to have you around, dog. Oh. As I was saying. So Miquella believed that through the sun, through the moon eclipsing the sun, Miquella would be able to resurrect Godwyn by restoring his soul. We don't know how this could happen. Can I get in there just by dropping off there? We don't know how this could happen. We don't know what this ritual entails. We don't know if that would even work. Maybe Miquella was just taking a chance. We don't know. But regardless, that also confirms that this castle, Castle Sol, is owned by Miquella and given to me. And there was hope to revive Godwyn. It also confirms that Godwyn and Miquella had a good relationship with one another. We also found earlier this shodel that says storied sword and treasure of Castle Sol that depicts an eclipsed sun drained of color. One of the legendary armaments. In Sol, the sight of an eclipse inspires a dreadful awe, preventing an onlooker from averting his gaze. Oh, one more thing. And it also references, in that item, set the lusterless sun ablaze with the Prince of Death's flames, inflicting the death ailments upon foes. The Prince of Death is Godwyn the Golden. So, it's also referencing that. So, maybe Godwyn the Golden was the previous owner of this castle, and then Miquella inherited it and used this castle to try to resurrect Godwyn. We don't know. What is obvious, I feel, via the context that ghost gives. Good night, Varian. I love you. Mwah. Via the context that ghost gives, is that Mikola was trying to revive Godwin. Beyond that, we don't know. We have now defeated 3 out of the 4 bosses, because I forgot one earlier, that we struggled with during that 12-hour. We got one more. This one might be easier, though. Oops. So in here, there's a dragon named Borealis the Freezing Fog. You also notice that there's spectral animals. We'll talk about that in a second. Borealis here is called the Freezing Fog. Now, I can't recall if we got the item or not, but there is an item related to him that we got way earlier in the game that hopefully we have. I pressed the wrong button, and it might get me killed. It definitely got me hurt. I don't think I agree. I'll go for 1. So we actually got an item in relation to him, I think. We might have missed it. It's in kind of a weird spot. But we have... Yep, we have it. Ice Rind Hatchet. Ice Rind Hatchet says, a hatchet with a frost-coated blade. One of several gifts given by Castle Sol in the distant north. My castle. Known as Freezing Fog, the blade is thought to be a dragon's scale. Inflicts a powerful frost effect. We know because this guy over here, this dragon, who is named the Freezing Fog, that it is a scale from a dragon and is from this dragon. All in one, that's a bad gamba right there. That was early. I haven't fought a dragon in like 8 months. You can also see that Borealis might be blind. But I'm not 100% on that. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, so this one that I ate, this flask, does remove all ailments. It's just a side effect of it upping my resistance. I don't think I've ever seen that attack before. Yo, this dude's stomping. It's a good sentence. I don't remember what I said. What the fuck? I've never seen that before either. If you look closely at the dragon's chest, you can see gravel stone sticking out. I shouldn't have shared a fun fact. Remember earlier we were talking about the trees and how those are like, they're like spirited. Now we're seeing animals that are just the spirits walking around. I honestly don't know why this is. It might simply be because we are in the Forbidden Lands and these things died in the Forbidden Lands, that their spirits aren't allowed to like move on or anything like that, to like get their Erd Tree revival and shit like that. It sounds like it's a concert or something. And because of that, they're just doomed to. Well, that's good. Oh, it is. They're just doomed to endlessly roam these lands. So about that giveaway, God. Hey, welcome back. I'm making a I'm making a choice. My controller turned off. I'm making a choice that we haven't made that much progress lore-wise this stream, and this boss that I'm fighting is not required at all. So I think I'm gonna make a choice to come back to this boss later, rather than continue to fight it today. So I'm willing to do it on a different stream later, but not right now, because it is not required. It just gets rid of this fog, basically. Hello, rats. You did win the raffle, and you can re-enter now because we ran out of people in the raffle. Now anyone can re-enter the raffle and have a chance to win again. But if I see a new name, then I might just give the game to them instead, because that feels like the right thing to do. Before I start reusing them. But we'll see. Oh, my bad. Okay. Where are we? Where are you? And I'm so sorry. I cannot sleep. I cannot sleep tonight. I love you forever and always. Okay. So I actually know of a little secret. I know of a little secret. Oh, we never did find and kill this mariner. We do need to do that. Wonder where they are. My earbud just died. How did you get back, huh? Oh, hi, Alpaca Treats. How are you? How's your stream? Raiders, welcome in. Nice. Yeah, I can't remember if we killed the mariner here or not. That dude's being summoned, so I feel like we didn't. I don't know where they are. This place is called the Stargazer's Ruins. We're approaching the area where the first astrologers were, where they first peered into the what's the word I'm looking for? Something current, not primordial. They first peered into the stars, and when they looked up in the stars, some people went insane from looking up at the stars. Others gained the knowledge and others gained the knowledge in order to learn spellcasting and that kind of thing. They learned how to do that. And that was the seed that grew into them discovering glintstone and so on and so forth in order to learn how to use spellcasting without staring into the cosmos. How do you feel Shadow of the Erd Tree potentially being nominated for Game of the Year? I think for Jeff's Game of the Year specifically, Jeff has vocally stated that literally anything can be nominated for Game of the Year, regardless of its release date. And regardless of anything. If it gets nominated, it gets nominated. There's no limitation for Jeff's stuff. But I think it's fine. I haven't played Shadow of the Erd Tree yet, but from what it sounds like, it seems like it's basically a whole new game, kind of like what Phantom Liberty was for Cyberpunk. So I'm okay with it. And honestly, I think it has a pretty good chance of winning. I think the only game that could take it down, from what it sounds like, because I also haven't played this game, is Dragon Age the Veilguard. I think that has a pretty good chance of taking it. I think Helldivers 2 has a pretty good chance as well. It's probably going to be one of those three. I think all three will be nominated, but that's really what it's between. Pretty much every other game that has released this year. Pretty much every other game that has been released this year isn't up for the running like those games are. If that makes sense. I'm looking forward to the nominations being published. It should be published in a few days. I'm kind of surprised they haven't already. Usually they do them earlier than this, I feel. I'm looking forward to seeing what they are. Voting on.
Ah, nice to see you. Do you need something else?
Oh yeah, we already talked to these guys. You can see that guy's looking up at the stars because he's an astrologer. See some bets for Astrobot. Yeah, those are probably going to get nominated. I feel like Astrobot really suffers. Because, like, from what it sounds, critically, it's a really fucking good game. Even from, like, friends who have played it, they all say that it's, like, one of the best platformers ever made. And, which, from looking at it, I can understand... Oh, this is an Erdtree? Oh, From looking at it, I can understand why they think that. And, okay. And were I to play it, I probably would, agree. Because it looks really good. There's not a Steak America there? But I think it really suffers from two things. One, a $70 price tag. And, two, it is exclusive to PlayStation 5. And I think those two things really, really hurt Astrobot. And I think that it will probably get nominated, but I don't think it has a shot to win because of those two things. Which is really unfortunate because it sounds like it deserves to have a higher chance than what it has. But Sony just won't give up exclusivity. Sony will not give up. And that sucks. That really, really sucks. I'm gonna do it. Dumpling is buying a new PC, everybody. I'm Noivus. Are you gonna do the wood one or the white one? And then Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I think also has. I think Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has a decent chance, more so than the other games that I said didn't. But the thing that holds Final Fantasy VII back, I feel, is that it is a sequel. And it's not a sequel like Tears of the Kingdom was a sequel. You could play Tears of the Kingdom, having not played it, you could play Tears of the Kingdom without playing Breath of the Wild and be mostly fine. Because they're very gameplay-focused games. Same thing for Helldivers 2. You don't need to play Helldivers 1 to play Helldivers 2. At all. But, like, for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, you need to play Final Fantasy VII 1. And I don't think it has the smoke for that. It might, but I'm not sure. Breath of the Wild hit the mark with those same considerations. I mean, yeah, but even back when Breath of the Wild came out in 2018, most gamers owned a Switch. Like, the Switch is incredibly popular. Hey, Embrace, how you doing? In comparison to, like, every other console of this generation. Both PlayStation 4 generation and PS5 generations. Like, everybody owns a Switch at this point. At least for the most part. So, I agree. I think you're right. That is something to think about. But the Switch is kind of on a different level when it comes to that kind of stuff. Because the Switch is affordable. True. I mean, like, we're talking about PlayStation right now in a time where less than a month ago. Less than a few weeks ago, PlayStation released a $700 console that makes pixels a little better when they're far away. It literally just makes the depth of field better, and that's all it does. What the fuck? You can do that? This dude just hit copy paste. I'm precious about sending it in the mail to be repaired. You could get you could try it yourself. I mean, this is my Switch controller now. Anytime we play a Switch game, I'm going to be using this. The only time that I won't be using this is if we play a PS4 game, which the only one that I would is Bloodborne, I guess. But at this point, like, by the time that I replay Bloodborne, it will probably be emulatable with the progress that they're making. So I'll probably just play it through that instead. I did it? Hell yeah. I didn't see your answer of what one you got. What? White and then just change the front panel? That's probably the right way to go. Yeah. I scrolled up. Thank you. Damaging both of these guys? Does damage to the boss? Yeah, there wasn't much I could do because that rock was there. Might have got the other ones. No, I didn't. Thought I got the other one stuck for a second. I didn't update the death counter. I think that was attempt 3. You should link the PC you bought, Dumpling. Double dare. So that other people could check a look. I'm broke bish. Yeah, fucking Dumpling's computer like doesn't really work anymore. Like the fact that Dumpling is even able to watch this stream is like kind of a miracle at this point. Like it does not work. It's very, very broken. You tell them at the giveaway. Oh yeah, you guys enter the giveaway by typing exclamation mark raffle at this point. You're pretty much guaranteed to win. There's not that many people in it. Most of the people in it have already won one, so I'll just give it to you. You're pretty much guaranteed to win a game. It looks to me like the way to get over there is indeed that. I need to check my little I don't know what you meant about the thing that you said about Baldur's Gate 3, by the way. Baker. Hang on 1 second. Okay. there a way to get over there? I guess the only way to get over there would be to kill the dragon. I don't want to do. Or use that invisible bridge. Did we kill this mariner? We must have, because we have this. Let's go back to the rink. My PC barely renders out After Effects, hence why I haven't been doing much digital art, and because Windows 10 is shutting support, Microsoft keeps giving me a pop-up that my PC can't support Windows 11. I want to show you guys something. So this is Garank, right? Garank's chill. He tried to fight me one time, but he's pretty chill. If I rest until night... Oh, I never killed that guy. If I rest until night, and I reload the zone... Might have to be a certain time of night, I'm not sure. It might have to be a certain time of night. I might not be able to do it unless I physically wait. I have a lot of runes right now. I can probably get a level. I fight this guy. What I was gonna say is there's like a % chance that he'll spawn out here. But it's not happening for me. It might be because it's not actually night, but rather the sun is just going down. Not sure. I'm not sure. Here, let me test the waters on this guy. Oh, I'm doing decent damage. Alright, I'm down. I'll give it a shot. Good night, Alpaca. I love you. Mwah! Thank you for the raid. Glad you had a good stream. Type exclamation mark raffle before you go. I don't think you did it before. Okay, kinda sucks. A video game. Hey Navi, how you doing? Your guy. Okay. Your guy. I can do 11 more levels and then I have to stop. I'm only going to the level that I was when I played the first time. Need him to come up here. There's more enemies down there that I'd rather not fuck with. this guy right here is a Black Blade Kindred. Now, for those of you that have been watching... Fuck me. Yeah. For those of you that have been watching this series, you'll notice that this enemy is very similar to another enemy that we fought, the Gargoyle. It itself is a gargoyle. But rather than being mended together with normal corpse wax, it is mended together with black corpse wax. Makes it a little bit more hardy in comparison to the other golem, or other gargoyles. But they are in service of this clergyman, Ring. I dodged so early. Not see my health until just now. I mean, big risk. Big risk play. Yeah, that move kind of sucks. That move's kind of poopy doo-doo. Don't forget to enter the raffle, Navi. I said that I wanted to do progress, and I started fighting the guy that I actually don't have to fight again. Let's go do progress. We'll learn lore.
I won't forget again. Mine appetite, my sin. I must have more. I must consume.
Oh, I totally thought that was the last one.
I won't forget again. Mine appetite, my sin.
Oh, okay. I think the game's bugged.
It is all
take it.
consumed. Still, I am not sated. Not nearly sated. America! Is this what it is to sin? Will things never be the same again? Tarnished, my thanks for thy long labor, but I have done all I can in this land. Henceforth, mine appetite shall be my sole companion. Farewell.
Go on. Head check. Learn more about him later. I'll tell you right now that he was a beast man. Pretty chill. Long ago, Garink was a beast of such terrifying ferocity that his former name meant death of the demigods. Great hammer with a striking end modeled to resemble 5 beastly claws. The black nails, protruding from the golden fur, are said to represent Sirash, Lord of Beasts, who went on to become King Godfrey's regent. What? There we go. We'll learn more about him later. There's still more there, but not for now.
Well, I took you for no matter. It's out your arms then.
We cannot do neither, because we don't have enough smithing stones 7. Okay. Alright. Back to the road. Which would be... I guess this one? Hang on. So, I think I might have missed something earlier. I didn't explain something properly. Going to remedy that right now. So earlier, and I forgot that we did this. If we didn't, then I don't know what would have triggered it. But earlier, we came here. This is the Stargazer Ruins. And we found a jellyfish that was floating and asking for a different jellyfish named Aurelia. We used Aurelia, which is right here, and together they ascended into the heavens together, because jellyfish are actually the souls of dead children. They are actually dead kids. That's what the spirit jellyfish, or the jellyfish in general, are. So we reunited the jellyfish with her sister. Down here, there's these 2 little graves, and when we walk up to it, here lies Aurelia and Aureliette, who never saw the stars. We delivered Aurelia to her sister, and they ascended into the stars. I never showed. I know we must have given Aurelia, but I don't think we ever looked at those graves. I wanted to show you guys that exists, that there is confirmation to what I just said, further than what we've said so far. No. Yeah, that's all. Fun fact about this game, it has a failsafe where if you poke your sword, if you use your light attack, you won't fall off the edge. Whoops! Ooh. Is that what I had before? Or is that different? Oh yeah, this is what I had. Yeah, okay. Because we're out of rainbow stones. So rather than getting more rainbow stones, we can just do that. He's cheating, Chad. He's cheating. I'm cheating. But that gets us access to this little area. Falling snow marks something unseen. I mean, is it not that? I don't... Fallen snow. Marks something unseen. Thought it was that. There must be another invisible platform. Interesting. You see it, chat? Do you see the unseen thing? For KL unseen thing. No, because it's unseen. Unseen. Shit. Got me there. By the unseen thing, because it gets us in the door. Oh, I saw someone, but I could be going crazy. Totally dudular? Crazy? Never. I wish I could remember. Hello, rats. Can you guys help me find the unseen thing? Might need to raise the price of that one now that I know it's the massive oracles and not the little itty-bitty ones. Might need to raise the price on that one. Just a tad. Just a little bit. How you doing, Corey? Maybe to like, probably like 150. It's about equal to a Mountain Knight. Yeah, now that I know it's the massive ones and not the little itty-bitty guys, yeah. I found it. There's an alternate path to this little invisible platform. It leads up to here. These guys immediately started freaking out. Damn. Thought I saw snow land on an invisible platform. Near where you died? Nope. I mean, it was kind of near where I died. Hi. Come here often. It was incredibly important that we find this one. The eldest primeval sorcery is said to have been discovered by an ancient astrologer. A sorcery of legendary status. Summons a dark cloud of stars overhead. Shortly after, the clouds will release a violent deluge of star rain. The sorcery can be cast while in motion. Charging increases potency. Thought to be the founding glintstone sorcery, the glimpse of the primeval current that the astrologer saw became real. And the stars' amber rained down on the land. Very cool little thing. For a doll, the only thing that matters is that it does not break. Construction is crude. I don't think Twitch viewer totally dudular is ever incorrect. Construction of this armor is crude for a doll. Yeah. Except for that one time. I don't think I can hit this guy. Does it just lead back? Yeah. That was the only way for me to kill that guy. Good thing I got that. Alright, you guys ready to look at Torrent's butthole? Down there's the Spirit Caller Cave. The dragon and stuff. Oh. Alright. Now we're getting to the interesting stuff. Hello. Now we're getting to the fun stuff. Oh, just grab it. Dodged! These guys are, these people are people who have been shunned from the lands between. This is where most of them are. This is where they're actually supposed to be. Some have wandered back into the lands between, but they're supposed to be up here, being banished from the lands between and forced up here to the Forbidden Lands, the Forbidden Grounds. What time is it? Okay, only an hour and a half. I'm not okay. I was thinking about getting another energy drink, but nah. These guys, from being punished, were given thorn crowns, like his, but it was put over their eyes. And when it was put over their eyes, they were blinded. And it was only until they were blinded where they could truly see. And in response, when they were blinded like that, and they looked up into the sky, they seen something that no one else seen, which is the Blood Star. Blood Star is a Blood Star is a theoretically a outer god. Possibly it is just the Formless Mother. Possible that it's just the Formless Mother, which is another outer god, which we'll learn more about later. But regardless, they both have a lot to do with blood and fire. Yeah. It's kind of like the newest season of Dragon Prince. It's very eldritch horror. It's all very eldritch horror. Okay. Hello, rats. I can't kill this dog, by the way. It would break my rules. Kill these rats. I can't kill that dog. Rip. Whoop! Almost killed it. I gotta go. there like a fucking ladder or something somewhere? There we go. How do I get up there? Oops. What? I thought that would be a backstab. That's fucked. Man. Oh, hi. Please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Yeah, I don't know how to get up there. I don't know. I'm not fighting all these guys because there's so fucking many of them. I actually kind of want to do a little bit of backtracking before we press on. We're about to progress in a little bit of a strange way. But I think it will be beneficial. So I just got the mountaintop of the Giants map. That's this entire area. There's a giant cauldron. More about that later. Right now, we're going to do a little bit of backtracking, and we're going to go back to right here. Go back to right here. And in this area, we have this giant elevator. Right? We have a very notable thing. We have Haligtree left and Haligtree right. They say brandishing the medallion with both halves conjoined will activate the grand lift of Rold, granting access to a hidden path. In other words, the secret medallion will guide the bearer to the lands of Miquella's Haligtree. Realizing now that I did the wrong one. That's okay. That brings us up here, which is where we were. This brings us up here to the mountaintops of the giants. But there's another option, I thought. Maybe it was just, maybe I just had to press the right button. Oh, here we go. I just didn't switch action. Here we go. Same shit, but green. And instead of going up, you go up. Instead of going all the way up, kind of stops in the middle. But you'd think, like, us being the Tarnished, we would just kind of roll off during the ride, but, you know, whatever. You know. Whatever. This is something that's kind of, the game has kind of been building up to for the entire game. Every single thing you are about to see, until we teleport back up to where we just were, up to the mountaintop of the giants. Everything you are about to see is completely 100% optional. We're gonna do it, but it is all optional. None of this relates to progress. My beast eye be quivering. Oh, Lord of my beast eye. God damn, my fucking beast eye be quivering up something fierce. Huh. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. I don't gotta fight it, I'm not gonna fight it. This thing's got like fucking 5 million health. I'm not down with that. Speaking of, yeah, you guys know you're cute as fuck. Someone a while ago said that, they didn't like it when people said the word cute. When they didn't like it when people, when people called them cute. I don't understand that. I feel like it's totally possible. God damn! Yeah. I'm not cute. I'm not cute, though. Hey! Fuck you! Accept the compliment. No self-defecation. You're cute as fuck! Anyways, I got this item. This item right here raises item discovery. A talisman facsimile of a scarab, the carrier of treasures and precious things. The silver scarab enhances item discovery. I wanted this item for so long. This item right here increases our item discovery by a lot. You can see over on the right. You see at the very bottom it says discovery, right above memory slots. If I equip this, it increases all the way up to 200, which basically means every single droppable item in the game has I don't think it's 100% chance, but it's double the amount that it is by default. In turn, we will be finding a lot more items. In turn, we learn a lot more lore. Oh. Luck boost? Exactly. So by us finding more items, we learn more things, which helps with the lore through. I wanted it so long ago, but they lock it off at the very end of the game here. So, yeah, you know, beggars can't be choosers, I guess. I see that little zone right there. Could I jump down there? Oh, is that nothing, actually? Oh, never mind. That's nothing. Such a cool animation. I'm gonna take a bet. I'm a betting man. Is it just straight? Hell yeah. Well, let's try that again. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. I want to be more cute, though. That doesn't mean you're not cute. Man gets a luck boost and becomes a betting man. Addiction is real. I've always been a betting man. I wouldn't say I'm a gambling addict, but I definitely enjoy gambling. I really should, like, if I ever come into money, not come on to money, that's a different thing. If I ever, like, get some money, decent moolah, do some, like, investing. Yeah, I feel like I would really enjoy that. I really enjoyed that when I did it in school, and I was pretty good at it. I kind of regret not investing a little, like, not even, like, 20 bucks, you know, into Ubisoft when they were doing really fucking bad. Like a month ago. What's in here first before I jump down? Hi! My swords are so big. I like that when you shrink me down, it doesn't shrink my swords. that doesn't hurt them. What do you mean? Oh, hey guys. Excuse me. Man. I was looking into investing a while back. Investing in what? And what'd you find out? Chat. Maybe it's just copium. I'm enjoying this controller so fucking much. It's so comfy. It feels so much better. I like this controller a lot. This is a very good purchase. Could be copium, but it's good. Not like making like a huge difference in like my gameplay or anything like that. You know, like it's not like a game changer or anything. But feels really good in my hands. Feels just the right amount of weighty in comparison to the other controllers. Because I always felt like the PS4 controller was heavy, and then the Xbox controller was light. This feels like a nice in the middle. I don't know. I like it. I think this was money well spent. Money that I probably shouldn't have spent right now. But still money well spent. Does it feel natural to hold? Kind of like the N64 controller, where you hold it in the middle. It just feels like a weighty, because like it feels like this one is lighter and this one's heavier, right? Like it feels very much in between. It's much closer to the weight of this controller, but like it's very, very weighty. I like it. I like it. And all the buttons feel nice. I don't know. The one thing that I am noticing is like the rolling and stuff. The rolling and stuff, like by using the paddles, like it's not making a world of a difference. I definitely am enjoying it, but it's not like super different. The one thing, what I am noticing is I am noticing the Hall effect. With the analog sticks, it definitely feels a lot more responsive than what the analog sticks did. I am noticing that quite a bit. It feels more responsive. God damn it. It feels more responsive and accurate to the actual movement that I have. And it feels like it has more resistance. But just barely. Barely noticeable on that second one. Copium? Might be. Might be. We'll see how I feel in like a month. But for right now, I definitely think that this was a good purchase. I don't regret it. Hi, Ace. How are you? I did learn earlier today something that I didn't know. I was looking into rapid trigger keyboards. Because I'm also looking into buying a new keyboard, but that might be delayed. But but it is something that I'm actively interested in. And I was looking into rapid trigger keyboards a while ago. Oh, shit. Excuse me. Okay. I was looking into rapid trigger keyboards a while ago, and I didn't realize that rapid trigger keyboards and Hall effect are the same thing. I didn't know that those were the same thing. I thought they were two different things. I'm just gonna go in here. Yeah, I'm just gonna go in here. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go in here. Oh, it's another mimic tier. Oh, that was... Alright. Hi, Ace. How are you? Yeah. So I'm not gonna do it because it feels cheesy. But there is a way to make this boss really easy by simply taking off your weapons, and all of a sudden the boss will have your life. It wasn't me. It wasn't you who typed !raffle in chat right now to enter the raffle. Win a free game. Buddy. You gotta run out of F eventually. Very close. Hear that? Hear that click? I heard a click. I don't know what that was, but I heard a click. Wasn't me. I'm doing on the counter. Wasn't me. I'm doing in the shower. Wasn't me. Okay. I didn't think that would kill. No, good job. Good job waking up the piss. Some people don't do that. That's a good job. Good job, bud. Rub it up. Rub it up. Need a new one. Damn. This plays during the intro sometimes. That's probably where you know it from. But the song is called Megalovania, and it is from Live Alive, or Live a Live. There is also a song, I think of the same exact name, inside of Undertale, that is, I think, a ode to the Live Alive song. Easy. This part is from Undertale. It's a mix of the two. It's a rip. Death root. Already gave him all of it because the game bugged. I accepted it. But I got all of it anyways, I think. Notice how that brought us somewhere else. Very interesting, isn't it? Oh, we can turn around and get this grace. If we go down. You can see that to get here, we would have just had to gone up the stairs rather than taking the secret path. Just so you know. Noticing that brought us somewhere else? Yay! It brought us to the Kajikri snowfield. Which is down here. I'm gonna put a marker right there. Show me the path, O gentle lights. The promised path, the Halig tree. See that little shiny? We gotta follow him. There are secrets in the snowfield, though. That guy right there, if I recall correctly, oh, nope, I recalled it incorrectly. Never mind. Never mind. Abandoning their birthplace after the shattering, these undead wanderers are the pitiful product of an unending life. We also got this. A weapon comprised of a saw blade attached to a long grip brandished by the vulgar militia. Its serrated edge is very effective at inflicting blood loss. The saw is also said to be used to cut up bodies to feed the militia. there are no first-hand witnesses to that dire rumor. That is a glaive, I believe. Now, fun fact about me, even before I was really into insect glaive, I really like glaives. I'm a really big fan of glaives. They're one of my favorite weapon types. Oh, it looks like it's a house. Yeah, it is glaive, yeah. They're one of my favorite weapon types. I don't have a very specific glaive that I love, because this is a recent thing that I found out, like, last few years. I learned it from... I learned that I liked glaives from Mountain Blade Bannerlord. I used a glaive in that game, and I found out that I really like them, actually. In this game, they're pretty good, because all halberds are good. They look like this. And the cool thing about the halberds in this game is if you hold down this button, you do that really cool spin. You can also dual blade halberds out, obviously, but it's not that great, because they're very heavy weapons, so it's pretty slow. It looks like this. It's not bad, by any means, but very meh in comparison to other dual-wieldable weapons. If that makes sense. These are similar to the Spirit Caller snails, but are glintstone instead, and they're kind of just snakes with shells rather than being actual like snails. Kind of just wandering the snowfield. Just looking around. Compared to the last 12-hour, we've gotten a lot done. I'm excited to be back in this game. I'm excited to be returned to it. Next time we play it, which should be tomorrow's... We'll probably start it back up a week from now. Oh, I'm gone. So we'll probably do it next Saturday. You can see these trolls are covered in fur. I just wanted the item, man. I don't know what you were saying. Oh yeah, name one too. But yeah, we will be continuing this game on Saturday next week, most likely. And during that stream, rather than doing 2 hours of a recap, well, I'll probably just give you the clip notes. I had to do the big recap this time because we haven't played in so long. I will not have to do that next time we play the game. So in turn, we'll be able to make more progress simply because we won't have 2 hours in the stream that is just recap. Very valuable item that we just got. Combat. You can fucking see me. Good night, Jenny. Love you. Mwah! We're almost done. The VOD will be up on YouTube. If I recall correctly, there was something of note up here. Don't think I am. Now that I'm up here, there doesn't seem to be much. Oh, is this it? No. That guy exists. I don't know if I'll be able to kill this guy without hurting the wolves. Seems like they're leaving me alone tonight. Seems like the wolves are just confused. Oh, never mind. Now they're fighting. Yeah. Fucking... Alright, listen up. Here's a story about a blue boy in a blue world where everything is blue. And there's a person riding a wolf shooting arrows at me. And there's a giant ghostly dragonkin that I stopped to look at, and because of that I died. I was curious. New transition. I mean, new to you. Not new to stream. There is still, take a look here. There is, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new things still that haven't been found. 2 of which have happened many times, but nobody's called out that they happened, that they were changed or fixed or updated. 1 of which is random of a decently expensive redeem. Under 10,000, over 5,000. But it's random, so it could just not happen tonight. And 1 of them is a choice that someone called out at one point, but they didn't redeem it. So, and another won't happen until the end of stream and is triggered by me. That lady riding a wolf is, believe it or not, another albinoric. They also have lost the ability to use their legs. And to compensate, they instead ride on the back of wolves. Whoa. Why is that there? I'm thinking time. So we got this grace, so you can now see that we can see. You can see that we can see. If I walk in a little bit, I think we can still see. Yeah. It gives us the ability to see better. Let's go get the map. And if you find the new thing, you will be refunded. Only if you find it. The wolf's chill. Alright. So now we found that. This is what I was looking for when we were walking through the snowfield. Let's mark it. Unmark that. Okay. Number 4. Okay. So close, so close. Make sure y'all take that survey, by the way, before January. You can also update it at any time. Between now and then. So if you can't think of an answer right now, well, you can update it later and have an answer. You can see as we walk up here, the snow comes back in. Is Yeet different? The only thing that is a randomized, the only thing that is new via randomization and not new via your selection right now is again something between where are my words? Something between 5 and 10K. No, that's old. Oh, I understand what I have to do. So these guys, these little golems, are actually robots. And we have this crystal dart here that says, long ago it is said that a golem crafter employed a similar crystal tool. Throw at enemies to deal magic damage. These are unique where they have a thing that isn't listed there. Where if I go over here, and I might not have enough to do it, I go up here, I drag that guy close to this guy. We'll do that. Well, missing wasn't good. I have so few. There we go. They get dominated. And they they become under my control. Now they will fight each other. I thought would open the thing. Oh, there we go. Now they fought each other, which opened the door. Also, fun fact about these little markers that I didn't know until like 2 days ago. If you walk through them, they disappear. You don't have to do it on the map. Didn't know that until like 2 days ago. If it's random, the odds of being refunded are slim. Yeah, I'll refund that. That's fair. It's expensive. We get the Graven Mass Talisman, which says... Talisman depicting the first school of Graven Mages, a nightmare that would continue to haunt the Academy. Greatly raises potency of sorceries. Primeval Current is forbidden tradition of glintstone sorcery. Is a forbidden. To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into the seeds of stars is but another path of scientific inquiry. Selin the Witch was doing this exact thing. Yeah, I refunded you, dude. Yeah, I was looking for that. We got one more thing to do up here. I would like to go over to this eventually, but not right away. How big is this fall? I'd say pretty big. I'd say that fall's pretty big. I'd say it's sizable. Down here on the floor of this frozen river, there is something super notable. Not this crab. It is just a crab. Well, I think I could have dropped down. Yeah. But instead, what is notable is this worm right here. Specifically, this is Great Worm Theodrix. Just like every worm, this was once a person who indulged in dragon cult sacrifice, as in they ate dragon hearts. But what's different about this dragon cultist in comparison to other dragon cultists is two things. One, you can bring it down to this squid and the squid will fight it. That's pretty cool. But two, this worm is notably a lot hardier than the other worms that we meet throughout the game. This is because, this worm is not a human that did Dragon Communion and became a worm, but rather is a troll. It is a troll that did Dragon Communion and became a worm. And that's why it has a lot more health than the other dragons, the other worms. And they hit big. You've seen that. That one-shot me? I had so much health! I had so much! My health was nearly full! I like that little spin move they do. Yeah. My resources. Oh, that killed me. Okay. Using my resources to die, I guess. A little butt spin. I like the non-verbal storytelling of the second phase being the stronger of the two phases of this fight, and it being a worm who was previously human, or in this case, troll. In turn, logically, they would be better and more experienced at fighting on their hind legs. It's very good non-verbal storytelling in that instance of the pseudo dragon's skill set. I don't know if we've ever read this. I'm gonna read it now. Smithing stone made by polishing a golden gravel stone, a scale of the ancient dragon Lord, a hidden treasure of Ferem Azula. The ancient dragon Lord's seat is said to lie beyond time. This stone lightly twists time, allowing the creation of a weapon capable of slaying a god. So these scales that are on these ancient dragons are the reason of why they are immortal. It gives them the ability to basically twist time to make it so that they have immortality. By us gaining a weapon that has... by us gaining a scale that allows us to make a weapon that would be able to kill a god, this basically tells us something that is unique with that we can what's the word? We can it tells us something unique that we can piece together that might not be true, but the evidence says that it is. Basically, by knowing that the scales are, their primary purpose is to twist time, and that scale giving us the ability to kill a god, by using that scale on our weapon, it basically means that when we are attacking an entity like a god, we are unmaking them from time. Be that pushing them forward in time, maybe gods die of natural causes, we don't know, or pulling them back through time before they existed, before they were godlike entities, in turn allowing them to have a weakness that we can exploit. The details there are foggy, because it's something that we are assuming, in a way. it is something of note. Yeah, so anyways. And he killed all the rats. Why couldn't you do that first? This, oh, sorry, I didn't end the prediction. That was attempt 3. Oh, my thing's broken, that's why. This area is, these ruins are called, the Yellow Ruins. The Yellow Ruins, it's referencing a flower that is in-game, which we actually probably have millions of. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, here it is. The Eye of Yellow. It's referencing this, and it only appears in areas afflicted by frenzy. So this is a ruins, Yellow Ruins, has a lot to do with frenzy. God damn. Hence why everything here is afflicted by frenzy. And kill me. You'd think we'd be buds because I got fucking gripped by the 3 fingers and like I'm on Frenzy's side, but hey, I guess you know, chaos is what chaos does. God damn. In the, hey, Dane. In the, or Danny, I don't know. In the, other From Software games, there often are something that, there's items that enable, multiplayer, but on top of that, they also, enable, they also, like, give you buffs and stuff, like health buffs. In this game, there are items that enable multiplayer, but they're separate from ones that increase your health. The ones that increase your health are the runes, are the greater runes. God damn, are the greater runes. The great runes are enabled through rune arcs. These rats here, in previous Elden Ring, in previous From Software titles, that item that would increase your health is often given from rats more often than anything else. That is the same story for this game. The rats are very common to drop rune arcs, which give us access to our selected greater rune. You get the idea. You mean to have the death counter up? Nope. Thanks for calling it out. I was trying to get whatever that is. You can only have one thing that is like the cosmetic like that at a time. So because I was already sumoed, you can't do a second cosmetic thing like that. They don't stack. why they don't. Please don't kill me. It's like 3 levels that I dropped. God damn. Dude, damn on the day, baby. Too damn hot. All right. There's a little spot out here that's like burned on my map. Go. Yellow Annex Tunnel. Cool. Downey, make sure you type exclamation mark grapple in chat so you can win the game. Maybe. No, definitely. You will. You want me to do it again? No. Nice. Down here, in the Yellow Annex tunnels, you can see it's an ice cavern. With a bunch of dead miners in it. Maybe this is where we're getting all the fucking jellyfish from. Make sure y'all do that survey. These guys basically have skin of stone. They're very resistant to me. Can't really pierce them. I might need to do a little skilladoo through here a little bit because I can't really pierce their skin, which makes it very difficult to do much. Very, very difficult. Oh, whoops. Those are pretty chill. Why fuck with them? That's not all that's down here. our eye out for smithing stones and stuff. We need them. I need these level 8 smithing stones pretty bad. You see here, there's what looks like a glowing portal. With arc coming off of it. Walk near it. This guy spawns. This is one of the people, not this guy specifically, but a person of his, like, species, who trained, Radon how to use gravity magic in order to stop the comet. It's fucking me up hardcore. Almost death. That one little punch would have killed me. Yep. Yeah, I don't really know how I managed it. God damn! Yeah, I don't really know how I managed to do that just then. I'm not gonna lie. Oh. Can't miss those. Here's the shortcut. Here's the boss. Want to see me run to that mountain and back? Want to see me do it again? And in here, there is weirdly a copycat boss that might be the most atrocious copycat boss out of the entire game, other than the dragons maybe that have like 20 copycats. Because this game, this boss, Stell, when we meet them, is really, really cool. Don't get me wrong. They're still cool. But it definitely lessens the coolness of the first time we meet them by there being a... by there being a second one. It makes the first one less unique, which lessens its quality. Because the first one, really fucking cool. And I feel like there should only be one of them in the game. Away. There's a fucking laser beam. sucked. I never know how to dodge this. I hate how close this is. Okay. Yeah, alright. That happened. Oh, that happened. Or an attack of that boss next time. I'm way too fucking tired. So, hey, VOD watchers, thanks for watching. I love you. Mwah.